Merchia Mimia, thanks for the 5 tier 1s. Dungeons and or Dragons in an Age of Sigmar stream? It's more likely than you think. You guys doing this fine evening. Pyrotest, the OG Dark Elf from YouTube. Damn. This guy's got class. Whoever that is. Tuesday stream in this economy. That's true. You really hope they fix the goddamn spell slot problem. I don't know. I just don't know. I haven't followed it at all. Let's take a look, shall we? Oh, you know what? I am in the wrong Twitch category. Twitch cops, don't arrest me. Hold on. Is there like a Dungeons and Dragons specific? There is. Nobody's watching it. That's fine. I'll fit right in. Okay, it's fixed. Everything's under control. Don't worry about it. It's under nerd. Yeah, that would be my umbrella. The umbrella of literally me. All things nerd. That's for sure. Anyway, how you doing? I have a, as you can see, completely legitimate, 100% real, and not at all leaked copy of Dungeons and Dragons. PHB. And I want to see what they're doing with this brand new edition. Live from the DnD convention in Chicago, Illinois. I played a little bit of 5th edition, you know. I rather liked it when it came out. I rather liked 5th edition. Kind of a return to form a little bit here and there. But it was... how do I put this? Kind of on rails a little bit, kind of shallow. Very easy to just pick up and play, but if I wanted to get my absolute autism on, there wasn't much for me there. Not like the 3.5, 3.75 era, you know. But at least it wasn't a video game like 4th was. Although it still has a bit of that all over the place. I'm probably a weirdo. Well, tell you what, never mind. Definitely. And so my tastes in TTRPGs are simply going to be different than yours. But I like my tabletop RPGs to have more rough edges than I think maybe most people are willing to stomach. I like that. I don't mind having to go in and fix something here and there. I like infinite options, infinite extra books and classes and feats and minutia and 70 books of little combos to find, and you can combine this thing with that thing, and this thing's kind of broken, but it's fine because you have a human as the dungeon master, and so the human dungeon master will say if something is okay or not okay, or it works or it doesn't work. Or what books are even allowed if you want to get that zoomed in with it. Anyway, I kind of like that stuff. I'm different than everyone else. D&D has become very popular catering to people who aren't like me, which is just part of getting old. And I don't have a chip on my shoulder about it or anything. But the way I see it, when I started playing Dungeons & Dragons, there basically wasn't really such a thing as computer game RPGs. I mean, there kinda was. We had Zork, you know, and stuff like that, but D&D and other role-playing games really were the way you did that. And then as video games have evolved over the 90s and the 2000s and the 2010s and so on, now they're pretty good. In fact, they're very good at the simulation stuff, or mechanics stuff. You know, ever since they made Diablo 2, the killing goblins to grind XP to get class abilities to go kill more goblins in dungeons to grind XP, gameplay started to lose its luster for me in TTRPGs. I can get that with Path to Exile or Diablo or whatever the fuck video game, right? I think as video games have evolved, so too in a sense must TTRPGs, and they should instead focus on the things that video games are still just either totally incapable of, or they don't bother to try to emulate. You know, that I thought of a cool thing to do, can I do that? And then having a human being talk to you and be like, oh, you know what, he says this, kind of winging it, right? The social stuff, the interaction, exploration, what if I try this interesting thing, the theater of the mind stuff. I actually don't like at all when D&D started to use battle maps and wanted you to have little men, and it became somewhat of a miniatures game. You can move these amount of squares and things like that. Rubbish. Play a computer game. You know? It kind of gamified it in a bad way to me. I liked the cinematic approach, I guess. Anyway, I tell you this so that you can understand the lens through which I'll be reviewing my thoughts on 5th edition, well, whatever this is called, 2024, D&D 1, Crystal D&D, next, whatever they're at 5.5, whatever they want to call it, 2024, I believe, I think that's what they want to call it. I look up here, and it just says Dungeons & Dragons, and there's no number, no 2024. It says it's the world's greatest role-playing game. I don't know about that, but I have some real fond memories, and if they want to say that, then you know what? Wonton Louie's 2 blocks from me says they got the best chimichangas you've ever had, and I'll let them say it, you know? They refer to it as 1 D&D. Okay, alright. Well, whatever they want to call it is what I'll call it. I'm not trying to be a contrarian about it. Anyway, let me catch up on chat before we get to the meat. Those TTRPGs are great, kinda are. Unfortunately, they used to require a big studio and a lot of money. Yeah. And they were passion projects of people who really, really wanted to do that. And they tricked investors into giving them the amount of time they needed to do them, which is becoming more and more rare. The only D&D you're trying to get is donuts and more donuts. Okay, we got a Gutbuster player in chat, sure. Not exactly yearning for Thaco. No, I mean, some things are fine to stay in the ground and consecrate it, and never to return, you know, not to rise up as a revenant. Thaco can stay. It can stay in the past. I'll play with Thaco if I wish to. And, I don't know, a few years ago we all went back and played, which edition was it? I believe it was AD&D. So, not quite the oldest. And then interacted with that stuff. some of the elf is a character class, you know, kind of stuff. Humans can multi-class, but they have to quit their old profession, and they only get it back once you've leveled up back to equal or higher than their old one. Little the player's option, complete Psionics handbook stuff with the brown cover. Oh baby. And its jankiness was very quaint. It brought me back in time. D&D 4th and Beyond has just been too plain. Tons of other systems, more interesting mechanics and flavors. I mostly agree, the Soothsayer. It was probably, well, okay, 4th wasn't good for business, because 4th was so bad that it spiraled off and created an entire competitor company out of nothing. Like, Pathfinder was born, essentially, because 4th edition was so bad. But I get the impression that it's grown. Because basically you take anything, and if you make it really easy to pick up, and really user-friendly, and good for new players, but you sacrifice a lot of depth, it sells like hotcakes, right? And so, here we are. Were we discussing how lame it is when long-standing franchises ruin the numbering of sequels? Yes. Yes, we were. I think there's some chutzpah I think they should leverage that a little bit. The ancientness. The cred of Dungeons & Dragons. The name. You know, call it 6. Maybe it's not different enough for 6, and if it's not, I'm kind of sad, because I was looking forward to a brand new edition rather than a patch. I didn't like 5th enough for a patch, for the most part, but I'll see what they had to do. You know, I'll give it a fair shake. Truly. No, that 6 on the cover I like because it represents, this is how long we've been in the game. We've been in the game since Chainmail, you know? And I think it has you might as well leverage your ancient IPs and Greyhawk and Ravenloft and Dragonlance and Forgotten Realms and the fucking books from 1991 and stuff like that. You might as well draw as much of that as you can. It's got a history to it. Maybe the kids don't care about history, but I'm not trying to sound too old. You're running a Cyberpunk game based on the 2077 storyline. You're letting the PCs do all the things that you can't do in the video game, to your point. Yeah, that's fun. I think that's fun. Otherwise, you could just play the video game. In a certain sense, right? D&D the next generation. Way better than Deep Space Dragon, am I right? 4th inspired games have surged in popularity recently. I don't doubt it. The system of 4E wasn't a bad system for a tabletop RPG. I just hated it because to me, it wasn't Dungeons & Dragons at all. It was a big change in a direction I didn't like. But if it was some other game that had those mechanics, that would have been fine for them, you know? Just felt pretty gamey. It kind of felt like a World of Warcraft tabletop. Or something like that. It felt video gamey to me. But it's been a long time now. You ever get that? Sometimes there's something where it's not bad. In fact, in another life or in another dimension, it would actually be good. It's just in the wrong place. It's with the wrong theme. It's in the wrong series or something like that. I don't know how to fully describe it, but there's that concept. Like, man, this is the best racing game I've ever played. I don't know why they had to call it, you know, Bloodborne 2. Like, they announced Bloodborne 2, and it's a racing game. Officially, right? And you're like, well, damn, I was really excited about Bloodborne 2, but I don't want it to be a racing game. I would play the shit out of a racing game exactly like this, but if they're going to make a Bloodborne 2, I would like it to be just like the first one, you know, like a Souls game. Anyway, it's kind of like that. I say this knowing that fans did make the PlayStation 1 racing game Bloodborne, which was funny, but it's not like an official one, which is the whole point. Your prediction is that they buffed Ranger, nerfed Paladin, and give the other class minor touch-ups? Alright. That makes sense. Ranger was trash on release. And Paladin was... I don't know, does Paladin need a nerf? Smite's really good, does a lot of damage. And their saving throws are real high, that's strong. Is that problematic, do you think? I suppose it is if it's punching above its weight class compared to other classes, right? That's the point of balance. You describe that as being held back by the expectations of communication, perhaps. Yeah, Nightmare Cart, as it's now officially called. Are you late? Right on time. About to look over stuff. Ranger sucked, Ranger sucks, Ranger will continue to suck, so it will be. Universal constant of Dungeons & Dragons, arrested at Waffle House. I mean, kinda yeah. It's a flimsy concept for a class, in a certain sense. They invented Ranger because of Aragorn, that's it. They're like, Strider, fucking Aragorn. That should be a class. And it's really just a fighter, you know? A flavor of fighter. And then later on they're like, well, we gotta have this thing do something, and so we're gonna put it halfway between a fighter and a druid. But druid in D&D came with some weird stuff that you don't... Anyway, you guys know the history of it, it's fine. I got some annoying ass complaints as well that I'm sure people have heard a million times before. Maybe they're spicy. Let me know if my takes are spicy. I live in a log cabin wizard tower at the top of a mountain. I don't go outside. I'm mostly just studying my spell book over here. And so let me know if the takes are popular. I don't think Monk has any reason to exist either. Never understood why the class even existed. It does have street cred, because Monk was in the original D&D. So it's been there forever, and it's because of Kung Fu movies. They thought those were cool, so they made a class about it. But it's basically a fighter. And when it gets mystical, it's kind of like could just be a psychic warrior kind of class. And it always kind of sucks. Always. It always does like a bunch of random shit that you kind of don't care about, and it's just like worse than a fighter. It's like Monk forever. What else can I complain about? Sorcerer. Why? We have Wizard already. How different is Sorcerer than Wizard? Not enough. They share the same spell list. If it had a totally different spell list, I would understand, but I don't know. So I guess what I'm talking about right now is I'm looking for these things to improve. Since we're about to look at the thing. I'm looking for Sorcerer to get a real identity, and I don't just mean, oh, your dad fucked a dragon, and so now your blood has power, and you can cast one more spell a day than a wizard can, like whoop-de shit. Oh, you get some meta magic, whatever. I'm looking for, like, real, meaningful distinction between Sorcerer and Wizard. My absolute copium is a different spell list for every class, but I know they won't probably do that. Maybe they will. I hope Monk is cool, but I don't know what they're going to do about it to differentiate it from just like a fighter with a bunch of quasi-feats that do weird stuff from a Jackie Chan movie 40 years ago, or kind of psychic warrior stuff. But we'll see. And Ranger, yeah, I'm looking for a little more on the Ranger side as well. They got these 3 spheres of influence in the game that they talked about in 5th edition, and I thought it was a wonderful way of explaining it. And it's something that kind of everybody who GMs for a long time, or maybe plays for a long time, you kind of know it, but it was very nice to hear it articulated so well. And they did this in 5th edition, and they called it the 3 spheres of play. And that's interaction, exploration, and combat. And I like that as a concept. I think those 3 things are key. And so what I'm looking for in every class is strong things to do in all those. You can maybe specialize in one, but I don't even think you should specialize in one. I think everybody should just be having a lot of options to do in all those things. Interaction, exploration, and combat. It's tempting to have somebody specialize in one of the 3 of that, because the ranger slides right into exploration, right? Ranger, all right, you solve the exploration phase, and that's your niche, right? But I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like the D&D version. The older I get and the more I play, I don't know if I like the concept of the party face man, the charisma guy. I don't know if I like that. It kind of shuts off a big part of the game to everybody else. So you don't have a high charisma? Well, you know, the bard talks to NPCs. You know? I would rather everybody interacts with non-player characters. But you're kind of like chained to your stats and your charisma score and your bonuses to your social things. And so it's kind of like, now the paladin, the warlock, the bard, maybe the sorcerer, these people talk to NPCs. Everybody kind of watch them. Kind of watch them do that, you know? Some people don't, you know, some people aren't trying to interact with NPCs a lot, and that's their thing. But also, I'm wondering what they're going to do with multiclassing. Multiclassing was bread and butter in 3.0, 3.5. It was how you meticulously built your funny combos and stuff. But in 5th edition, it seemed like classing was something that they said was optional. And the players took that to mean we're always just going to multiclass. And the way they wrote everything, it seemed like they were assuming nobody was multiclassing. You know? Kind of at odds with a lot of their design, so I wonder how they're going to handle that as well. The classic dip 1 level of Warlock or something like that. Feels like it's on the GM to minimize the use of the face by having NPCs directly speak to the non-charismatic people. Sure. And I do. But how do I put this? There's got to be a good word for this, and I'm sure there is. The word for the kind of oppressive, uncomfortable feeling that you are not being optimal. And you're getting nothing in return for your good nature, right? It's like a magnetism. At all times, you're resisting it at various stages, you know? Ooh, I'm building an Age of Sigmar army, and this thing's the best, but I want to play with this even though it's worse, and so I do. But you have this nagging feeling forever then, that you're, quote-unquote, from a certain perspective, being, like, punished for doing the thing that you want to do, you know? And so maybe there's a little bit of that, you know? All right, we're trying to have everybody interact, right? So my NPC is going to talk to this guy, and then he fails his roll because, of course, he has +0 to everything. And then everyone's like, yeah, if we just had the charisma person talk to everyone, we would have succeeded at this. But also, we do want everybody to interact, and so suddenly, kind of like the dice are the enemy a little bit. And what can a GM do to solve that? We'll have people roll less. And if it's interaction, just talk to everyone. Which is typically what I more do. I lean that direction. If the player makes a convincing argument, then the person just believes it. Because it makes sense. Right? And you fall back on rolling if you can't think of something, or oh geez, I don't know, but I'm on the spot and I can't think about it. I'm not sure. So I'll just roll. Or my character's really smart. He's got a 20 IQ, but I don't. So, there's some physics on the wall. I try to read it and I just roll, right? But the more the GM kind of moves in the direction of just doing stuff instead of rolling, now it's like, well, why did I build a character with all this charisma? I could have put it elsewhere and then just talked to the GM. You don't want to cheat people out of the things they've chosen for their characters. It's a pickle, in other words. Punished gamer, a man denied his optimization. What do you think is stupid as Paladin being charisma? I mean, it kind of really should be wisdom, shouldn't it? In a certain sense. Like, Paladins are divine casters. Feels like it should be wisdom, but it's charisma, force of personality. You're like a celebrity instead. It's kind of been like that forever, I guess, in D&D, and so it's carried forward. Maybe they need a roughly even split. Well, not even maybe. They definitely need an even split of main stat is important, for each of the classes in your giant diagram. It's charisma because it's the strength of character and conviction. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Twitch Prime.
Dragon Install, thanks to the Prime. Appreciate it for 5 months. I'm sorry, 15. I was reading your streak. Good name. Even split except intelligence and constitution, because everyone just kind of needs that, right? There isn't like a sumo wrestler class that just cares about con. It's also a little bit of a storybook thing with paladins. Literally the knight in shining armor that everybody likes. The pure hero. And so that kind of thing is charismatic. Yeah, being too mad is not something they like to encourage anymore. Anyway. Welcome to Adventure. Playing the game. I think I will read through some of this playing the game stuff. I wonder if there's any, like, foundational, basic, mechanics that have changed. Supposedly this is backwards compatible with 5th edition, which I don't like. So conceivably they haven't changed too much, but maybe they have. What do you need? Here's what you need to play D&D with one or more friends. All right. Friends? Imagine. Tay Barracuda thinks you're gifting a sub. It's Tarkin Rex. Player or DM? Oh, you make your choice. Make your final choice. Being a player. If you want to be a player, you don't have to do shit. Roll up one character, which is super easy. Make sure you're late. Say you'll write a backstory, but don't. Show up unleveled up. Don't listen through half of the game. Everything's great. Being the dungeon master. Get a part-time job and herd cats, babying 4 other quote-unquote adults who are treating you like a teacher. I'm just joking around. Anyway, what we got here? Alright, basic game mechanics. Ability modifiers. Still +1 per 2. Yep. Goes down to -5. Goes up to 30 on the chart. Neat for the +10. 10 to 11, this represents the human average. Alright. 1 is the lowest a score can normally go. If an effect reduces it to 0, it explains what happens. It's usually bad. Kind of nice. Extraordinary capacity is 21 to 29. And the highest a score can go. Okay. Highest an adventurer's score can go unless a feature says otherwise. Okay, is 20, huh? Strong capability. You never played and always wanted to learn? I mean, it's a good time, right? They're just coming out with a new edition. We'll see if it's fun. Capping stats always feels bad symbolically. Yeah, I think so too, but we got the thumb. Massive thumb. This is John Wizards of the Coast thumb right there. D20 test. When the outcome of an action is uncertain. Alright, we use a D20. We kept advantage, disadvantage, which I thought was a fun system. Whose thumb is that? No idea. I wonder how double advantage, double disadvantage, they cancel each other out, that kind of stuff is still around, probably. Add modifiers, relevant ability, proficiency, if relevant. Circumstantial. Oh good, we brought some of these back, I like those. Class feature, spell, or other rule might give a bonus or penalty to the die roll. You have to meet or exceed, right? Otherwise it fails. Ability modifier, strength check, int check, sure. Strength is to lift, push, pull, or break something. Dexterity, move nimbly. Constitution, push your body beyond the normal limits. We're going beyond. Intelligence, reason or remember. Notice things in the environment or in creatures' behavior. And then influence, entertain, or deceive. Plus ultra. The difficulty class. Very easy, easy, medium. Hard, very hard, nearly impossible. We got the saving throws. Oh, one of the things I was kind of looking forward to doing, or to having, is now that they made the saving throws just one for every ability score, I was looking for more of a distribution of having you roll those. It still was just a whole lot of strength, deck, or reflex, willpower, dodge stuff. If every stat is going to be tied to a saving throw and every class is only good at 2 of them, and some of them are like strength and stuff, I would look for a more even distribution of like, alright, make a strength saving throw, make a charisma saving throw, or whatever. Physically resist a direct force, dodge out of harm's way, endure a toxic hazard. Recognize an illusion as fake. Resist a mental assault. It's interesting that recognize a fake illusion is not wisdom. That's interesting. Although I suppose a lot of intelligence and wisdom do kind of overlap. If you're thinking about it for too long. Assert your identity. Alright, attack rolls. Strength is melee attacks with a weapon or unarmed strike. Okay, unarmed is still strength, it's not dex. Dex is ranged attack with a weapon. And then it varies for the other stuff, okay. So we're still on... You're either good at ranged or you're good at strength. Probably not both unless you have a class ability that cheats for you. Creature's armor class represents how well the creature avoids being wounded in combat. The AC of a character is determined at character creation. Base 10 plus Dex. Alright. AC can then be modified by armor magic spells on. Some spells class features give characters a different way to calculate their AC. A character with multiple features that gives different ways to calculate must choose which one to use. Only one base calculation can be in effect. Okay, makes sense. Rolling a 20 or a 1. We call this the Nat 20. Holy. One always fails, 20 always succeeds. It is called a critical hit. We're no longer confirming crits. That went away a while ago. Dex is now only for ranged weapons. Well, general rule, yeah. But once we get to the classes, I bet, or at least they've opened themselves up to, you use your strength for shooting a bow because you're a barbarian or something like that. You know, they could do stuff like that, but they have to do that in the classes rather than the normal. They don't stack. If multiple situations affect a roll and they all grant advantage, you still only roll 2. Similarly, if multiple situations impose disadvantage, you still. And if you have both advantage and disadvantage, the roll has neither of them. This is true even if multiple circumstances oppose disadvantage and only one grants advantage or vice versa. Aw, that's too bad. You have advantage for like 13 different reasons, and then someone does some minor thing that causes one disadvantage, and so you don't get it. That's too bad. The gamblers thing right here, like, look at how great advantage is, bro. You got an 18 instead of a 3. Is there black powder in D&D? I'm not sure PHB wise. We'll have to check in the equipment section. There are certainly campaigns that have it. What are these dice? They look like petrified D20s from Egypt or something. Sometimes the DM or a house or a rule gives you heroic inspiration. If you have it, you can expend it to re-roll any die immediately after rolling it. You must use the new roll. Only one at a time. You can never have more than one instance of heroic inspiration. Something gives it to you and you already have it. You can give it to a player character in your group who lacks it. Oh, nice. Cool, okay. Buddy system. My man's just handing it out. Your DM can give it to you for a variety of reasons. Typically, DM awards it when you do something particularly heroic, in character, or entertaining. It's a reward for making the game more fun for everyone playing. You can re-roll it, but you must use the new roll. Alright. And if you have a re-roll but you have advantage or disadvantage, it lets you reroll or replace the d20. You can do that to only one. Not both. That is incredibly stupid. So if I blind someone, cripple them, distance from them, they can still shoot a bow perfectly if someone is sucking them off. Yeah. Yeah, that is dumb. No notes. It's dumb. Proficiency. It doesn't ruin anything for me, but it is conceptually dumb. level or CR. Up to 4 is 2. And then it goes up 1 every 4, I guess. Up to +9 for level or CR 30. It's a slow roll. Proficiency goes up very slowly. Alright. I wish that went up faster. But I guess everybody wants their numbers to be higher, right? The proficiency bonus can't be added to a die roll or another number more than once. For rules you allow you to make a charisma check. You can add your proficiency bonus in either, but you don't add it twice if you're proficient in both skills. Oh, I see, yeah. Occasionally it might be multiplied or divided before being added, but that's different, okay. Creature is proficient in a skill, the creature applies its proficiency bonus to ability checks involving the skill. Makes sense. Without proficiency in it, you can still make the check. You just won't succeed if it's supposed to be hard. Isn't expertise adding it twice? It was last edition. Perhaps they're calling it doubled now, which would follow their lingo there. And here we have all the skills: acrobatics, animal handling, arcana, athletics, deception, history, insight, intimidation, investigation, medicine, nature, perception, performance, persuasion, religion, sleight of hand, stealth, and survival. It's weird that we're down to only this many skills in the game, and we still have animal handling. Okay. Does every party have a dog, or what is this? Like, just use persuasion on it at a penalty because it's an animal. Yeah, no language American, 98% without literacy. And so we're affixing a base ability to it, but I wonder if we're keeping the rule that allows you to switch those out if the situation makes sense. Each skill proficiency is associated with an ability check. For example, the intimidation is associated with charisma. In some situations, DM might allow you to apply your skill proficiency to a different ability check. Character tries to intimidate someone through a show of physical strength. The DM might ask for a strength check rather than a charisma check. Each class gives proficiency in at least 2 saving throws. Ooh, so some have 3, huh? Wizards, for example, are proficient in int and whiz saves. Anyone can wield a weapon, but proficiency makes you better at wielding it. If you have proficiency with it, you can add your proficiency bonus to act rolls, alright. If you have proficiency with a tool, you can add your proficiency bonus check to make use of the tool. I hope the tools become more of a thing. When you do something other than moving or communicating, you typically take an action. Action table lists the game's main actions, alright? Attack, dash. For the rest of the turn, give yourself extra movement equal to your speed. How many actions do I have, though? This is where we're getting to it. Alright. How Baldur's Gate 3 are these rules going to look like? Dash, it gives you essentially a move. Disengage, your movement doesn't provoke. Dodge. Till the start of the next turn, attack rolls against you have disadvantage. And you make dexterity saving throws with advantage. You lose this benefit if you have the incapacitated condition or if your speed is 0, okay? The Carpet of Adhesion shuts that off. Help. Help another creature's ability check or attack roll or administer first aid. You can hide as an action in combat. Oof, okay. Influence, make a charisma or wisdom check. Animal handling, here it is again. Cast a spell, use a magic item, or use a magic feature. Okay, so using a magic item or a feature is straight up an entire action. Does that include a potion? I guess a potion is a magic item. Prepare to take an action in response to trigger you define. Alright, we still have the holding your action to do something later thing, like a computer program. Make a wisdom check to search. Search, study. They're like making it sound cool. I will study this. Arcana, history, investigation, nature, religion. So it's a whole action to roll Arcana in the middle of combat. And then utilize is to use a non-magic object. Alright, so basically doing anything is an action. Alright? Yeah, ponder the orb. Player characters and monsters can also do things not covered by these actions. I should hope so. Many class features and other abilities provide additional actions, and you can improvise. Yep, that's the power of tabletop now. The game uses actions to govern how much you can do at one time. You can take only one action at a time. The principle is most important in combat as explained. Yeah. You can try to influence a creature or use the search, but you can't do both at the same time, yeah. It's cinematic to do both at the same time, but really, it's a game, so one has to happen first. Bonus actions. Various class features, spells, other abilities let you take an additional action on your turn called a bonus action. The cunning action feature, for example, allows a rogue to take a bonus action. You can take a bonus action only when a special ability, a spell, or another feature of the game states that you can do something as a bonus action. You otherwise don't have a bonus action to take. Okay. Interesting. I'm big now. Want a juice? You can only take a bonus action on your turn. Otherwise, it's an immediate or a reaction or something like that. I wonder what they'll do. Oh, I see the heading down here. It says reaction. Choose when you take a bonus action during your turn unless the bonus action timing is specified. Anything that deprives you of your normal actions also deprives you of that. Alright. So instead of like sometimes getting a bonus action that you can be like, hey, can I do this cool thing that kind of doesn't matter? And they'll be like, yeah, bonus. Now it's like, you get a bonus. You can use it if you have it. Reaction. Certain spells allow you to take a special action called a reaction. Instant response to a trigger of some kind, which can occur on your turn or someone else's. The opportunity attack described later in the chapter is the most common type of reaction. When you take one, you can't take another one until the start of your next turn. If the reaction interrupts another creature's turn, the creature can continue its turn right after. Just one more thing. In terms of timing, a reaction takes place immediately after its trigger unless the reaction's description says otherwise. Sure. What would your character do? I don't know. I'd probably leave the haunted mansion. Good. I just read this little sidebar here that you guys probably can't see very well because chat's getting in the way. This advice comes with one important caveat. I'll read it out loud. Avoid character choices that ruin the fun of the other players and the DM. True, brother. Any chaotic neutral thieves that steal from the party and lie to them in the chat? Any Any Wired Gunslinger crazies and riffs in the chat? Any Kenders? I'm gonna play the Halfling. It gives me a license to be fucking annoying in real life, and everyone just has to deal with it. Social interaction. Damn, dude, he's holding this book so hard the thumb is making a crater. Like it exploded in the book. Social interaction example. 4 adventurers, Shreve. You went with Shreve, huh? Mirabella, Oro, and Gareth have traveled to the Blood on the Vine Tavern in the grim village of Barovia. Oh, Ravenloft mentioned. Let's go. Okay, I was gonna make fun of Shreve, but Ravenloft mentioned, so we're good. Yeah, Goku is reading this book. Superman is reading this book. A world made of cardboard. A book made of cardboard. And then exploration. Vision and light. Oh, we got codified things. Okay, so an area might be lightly or heavily obscured. We got obscured area. Okay. Ahem. Such as an area with dim light. Dim light is capitalized, so I assume that's a real thing. But patchy fog is not. Moderate foliage, not a game term. Disadvantage on perception that rely on sight. Heavily obscured area. Such as an area with darkness. Heavy fog. Is opaque. You have the blinded condition when trying to see these. See the rules glossary. Alright, I'll check the rules glossary later. Bright light lets most creatures see normally. Even gloomy days provide bright light, as do torches, lanterns, fires, and other sources of illumination. Sure. Dim. Also called shadows. Shadows. Dim light. It's a lightly obscured area. An area of dim light is usually a boundary between bright light and surrounding darkness. True. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. And then that's heavily obscured. Some creatures have special senses: blind sight, dark vision, tremor sense, true sight. Imagine not having dark vision. Almost every D&D race available currently. Damn, I hope they about face on that, but I think they're gonna dive right in. I'm afraid to go to the races section. A whole lot of flavor.
Good job, King.
A whole lot of flavor and fun and interestingness and meaning was slurped out of the game in 5th edition as every race became basically the same. I hope we go the other way, but I don't think we're going to go the other way. I think we're diving in on that one. Fingpat, thanks for tier 2. That's a big tier, dude. Appreciate it. 46 months. Feel like it's been so long. Finally, I have returned. Fingpat is bat. Thanks for the tier 2, big tier. When you try to hide, you make the hide action. Sure, interacting with objects. Damn, we're getting philosophical. What is an object? What is an object? Why is anything anything? Carrying objects, finding, breaking objects. I don't care too much. I'll look this stuff up later if it matters. Oh, climb hazard? Malnutrition hazard. Let's go. Suffocation. Burning. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that sucks. Burning. Oh, this is fun. Neat. I like when they do things like this. Where, alright, here's travel pace. Just to let you know, here's some random table. I don't care if it doesn't make sense, or if you crunch the numbers and it turns out you guys are like sprinting the whole time or whatever. I like examples like this. Where, how long can you move in a day? How long does it take to go somewhere or whatever? I like random tables like this. For common seeming but hard to think of things to add to a book, you know, when you're making it. Exploration example. this so whoa. Oh fuck. He rolled the 1. Dude, even the person on the Zoom call is like, how could you? How could you roll that 1? Yo, look at this costume. My man's in the Rocketeer getup. Kind of nice with it. I need this picture. Oh. Alright. And combat. Every race became alternative human because it was so good they just said, fuck it, do what you want. Yeah, and that's boring to me. Maybe it's because people are so used to the fantasy that it's no longer fantastic anymore. Yeah, I bet maybe this is like I'm old, alright? Let me give you my take on it, and then you guys can call me old, right? A million years ago, you played a fantastical, like, fantasy game called Dungeons & Dragons, which was just a straight-up, like, Lord of the Rings ripoff, just like everything else. And you're playing an elf, and that's amazing, because elves are crazy. They're fantastic. Like, oh my, they live for 1,000 years. They're so agile, and, like, some of them are kind of magical, and they don't have to sleep, and all the, like, it's so cool that you're like an elf. You're playing that role. Like, that's noteworthy and interesting, right? But now maybe elves are just like, yeah, it's an elf, whatever. Just give me the same stats as everybody else. Like, everything's kind of a human, except with dark vision now. But maybe it's just like that's no longer impressive. You have to be more interesting than just an elf. Maybe. You know, maybe that's true. We've been being elves for 50 years now. At a certain point, it's like, oh gee, let me guess. The dwarves hate the elves. How original and interesting. Amazing. Oh, and the dwarves are grumpy. Ooh, boy, damn, I bet you live in a mountain or something, right? Like, maybe it's just old hat. It's got to be more interesting than that. Although I think being basically the same as everyone else is actually less interesting, but that's another thing too. Order of combo. Establish positions, roll initiative, take turns. What could be easier? If a combatant is surprised by combat starting, the combatant has disadvantage on their initiative, for example. Okay, interesting. Is there like a surprise round or half round or action or anything anymore? If a tie occurs, the DM decides the order among tied monsters, and the players decide the order among tied characters. DM decides the order if the tie is between a monster and a player. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. Simply incorrect. If there's a tie, whoever has the higher bonus wins. It's simple. It couldn't be simpler. That's the answer. And if there's still a tie, then you choose. And you just choose whatever the most cinematic thing is. Anyway, that's a house rule though, so whatever. On your turn, you can move a distance up to your speed and take one action. And then sometimes a bonus, but only if you're given one, right? Ooh, a displacer beast? Let's go. What looks to be perhaps an orc. Perhaps an orc paladin. I would say fighter, but the sword's glowing, so maybe paladin. I don't see a holy symbol, unless this is like a sun god or something. And we'll say orc paladin, I think. You think monsters just winning ties would be fun, but it also punishes players for no reason? Yeah, sure. Love me an orc paladin, such a classic. I mean, it's a classic, like, role reversal, right? Because orcs started out a race that essentially Tolkien kind of invented as beings crafted for sort of pure evil, right? And so seeing Dungeons and Dragons get orcs that were paladins, it's like, oh, look at that, it's a role reversal. It's the Dris Duerden, you know, of orcs. That's fun and cool. You can communicate however you are able, though brief utterances and gestures. Doing so uses neither your action nor your move, sure. This is essentially like the free action. You can interact with one object or feature for free. Oh, let's go. Alright, so I'm reading, the thumb is reading about what you can do for free during your turn. You can say something. You can fuck with something. Either during your move or action. For example, you could open a door during your move as you stride towards a foe. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I like that. If you want to interact with a second object, you need to take the utilize action. Some magic items and other special objects always require to be utilized. Any utilizers in chat? Doing nothing on your turn. You can forego anything. If you can't decide what to do, consider taking dodge or ready. Yeah, but if you truly don't know what to do, then readying an action probably isn't good because you have to list a condition for what triggers it later, right? Anyway, that's fine. I like the little freedom things they let you do. That's nice. I'm utilizing right now, homie. Combat ends when someone's defeated. Sure, move into position. Combatants are often slowed down by difficult terrain, low furniture, rubble, undergrowth. Low furniture. Alright, difficult terrain. Playing on a grid. No. No thanks. I won't be. Breaking up your move. Yeah, it's just, you have a movement pool, and then you just pull from that throughout the entirety of your turn. Good. That's kind of nice. You used to have to take, like, feats and stuff to do that. You can drop prone without using an action or any of your speed, but you can't do so if your speed is 0. Okay. Creature belongs to a size category, which determines the width of the square space the creature occupies on a map. Alright, yeah. Tiny to gargantuan. No colossal? No colossal plus? Damn, this is big creature erasure. No colossal. Alright. Another creature's space is difficult terrain for you unless that creature is tiny or your ally. Okay, that makes sense. You can't willingly end a move in a space occupied by another creature. I beg to differ. If you somehow end a turn in a space with another creature, you have the prone condition, unless you are tiny or of a larger size than the other creature. Well, I mean... Ooh, yeah, I wondered how they would do... What are they going to do with cover? There are 3 degrees of cover. A target can benefit from cover only when an attack or other effect originates on the opposite side of the cover. If the target is behind multiple sources of cover, only the most protective degree of cover applies. Okay, they're not additive then. When you make an attack roll against a target you can't see, you have disadvantage. When a creature can't see you, you have advantage to attack it. If you're hidden when you make an attack roll, you give away your location when the attack hits or misses. So after the roll. Got it? Makes sense. We have half quarter, 3/4, and total. Half, plus 2 AC and dex saves. Another creature or object that covers at least half of the target. Why not strength saves? I don't know. I mean, if you're behind a wall and the big boulder is like rolling in and you gotta like push it back, or I don't know. I think more than just dex saves might make sense here sometimes. Perhaps strength. Maybe even constitution. You know, I'm thinking of like a river of acid, and you have like a door, which is only half cover, but it's a door. A lot of it'll slide off to the side. Plus 5 AC, 3/4, and then just can't be. Can I shoot through the door though? Or stab through it or something? RPG where your character is a cube. I don't think there's facing either, but I don't play with battle maps and I don't like them anyway. So I didn't really look at it to see if there's facing or not. Your attack roll is disadvantaged to ranged when your target is beyond normal range and you can't attack a target beyond long range. Okay. Aiming a range attack is more difficult when a foe is next to you. Disagree. When you make a ranged attack roll with a weapon, a spell, or some other means, you have disadvantage if you are within 5 feet of an enemy who can see you and doesn't have the incapacitated condition. Mostly disagree, but I guess it's a game, and so they want to put a downside to it. No attack allows you to attack target. Sure, reach. Creature has 5 foot reach and can thus attack targets within 5 feet of their cube. You can avoid provoking opportunity attack by taking the disengage action, which wastes your thing. You don't provoke an opportunity attack when you teleport or when you are moved without using your movement. Action, bonus action, or reaction. Why? Don't like that. What do you mean? So I can't push someone and then they go past my friend and he can't... So no combos that make sense? I think you absolutely should get opportunity attacks if the situation arises, whether someone did it or not, right? That's silly. Yeah, I don't like that. So that you don't get double punished for being moved against your will? Damn. Being moved against your will is bad. You suffer the effects from that, right? Like, I don't know. Things that can move you without your... against your will are, like, dangerous because they're so strong. I don't know. I guess it creates really silly situations where you're surrounded by 8 goblins and someone shoves you and then they all stab you 7 times, right? But that's what would fucking happen if you're fighting 8 people. They'd get you. Then again, what kind of gameplay would that enable? It would make it pushing people around all the time. And superior numbers with pushing would be like a real legit strategy. Which it kind of is. But... it would lead to a manifestation on your opponent's turn meta, maybe. I think we can find some sort of middle ground where the party does a clever cinematic thing to push the guy over and he trips over someone else and then they get him. I think we can keep stuff like that without having it become 9 goblins surround you and they all stab you when one of them pushes you somehow. There's got to be something in there where we can stop the craziest but keep the fun, you know? That being said, it never has made sense to me why you get a free attack on someone when they leave your reach. Has anyone ever been in a fight before? Just about the only time someone wouldn't get a free hit on you is if you just backed up, right? It's strange. I don't know why they ever came up with that in the first place. If you're squared off against somebody and you step backwards, like they don't actually ever get to hit you. That's the whole point of taking a step back. It's like free. If you're going for a takedown, that's when they can, you know, give you some chin music for free or try to do something. But if you're just taking a step away from them, that's like the freest part. You imagine you just turn your back on your enemy like an idiot? Yeah, maybe if you don't have a character class, but as soon as you're a level 1 fighter, I should think you know how to move in combat. Yeah, it was once called a 5-foot step, right? Back in my day, you could take a 5-foot step, or if you trained with the training dummy of the masters, take a 10-foot step. Now that's the good shit. Anyway, this always hit me with the verisimilitude problem there, and it's still around. You just there just isn't really an opportunity to get a free hit on someone moving away from you. Moving towards you for sure, but definitely not away. They have it exactly the opposite. If you're trying to get closer to someone, they might get you. But maybe we're being more cinematic and less realistic with it. Or the people who write D&D rules haven't really ever been in a fight. If 5e pushes the limitations of being structured, but nonetheless, yeah, I suppose so. You think the people can't play this game without devotedly following everything in this book? What do you mean? I'm just talking about silly stuff. What do you mean? How bad is it? I haven't found anything really egregious yet. Seems normal. They let you do some free stuff. Very similar to 5th so far. They define cover a little better, which is nice. I'm seeing a lot of dexterity all over the place when it doesn't necessarily have to be. We still have the weird opportunity attacks system, where if you move away from someone, they get a free hit on you, which never made sense to me. You've been calling this 5-5. What are other people calling this? That's what I've been calling it, but it's, I think they want you to call it 1 D&D. And so I will try to. No one is calling it 1 D&D like they wanted. I'm trying to. I'm not trying that hard. It should be a bonus to strength, in your opinion. Dodge is... You don't dodge better because you have cover, but certainly you could overcome it better. Right, but they made armor class just dex, and so you have to do it that way, kinda, right? Which maybe that's one of the issues, but... Mounting and dismounting. During your move, you can mount a creature that is within 5 feet. Doing so costs an amount of movement equal to half your speed. I mean, it's fine for a quick rule, right? I don't think it should really cost half of your movement in a sense. It should just cost an amount of movement and then you do that. But this is just being quick and easy, and so no problems here. The initiative of a controlled mount changes to match yours when you mount it. It moves on your turn as you direct it, and it only has 3 actions. Dash, disengage, dodge. 3D. It can move and act even on the turn that you mount it. Okay, right away. In contrast, an independent mount, one that lets you ride but ignores your control, retains its place in initiative, and moves and acts as it pleases. Okay. What a stupid looking thing. Astride a giant seahorse, a paladin adventurer is underwater. Yeah, right. If an effect is about to move your mount against its will while you're on it, you must succeed DC 10 dex. A lot of dex. Landing with a prone condition. Alright. While mounted, you must make the same save if you're knocked prone or the mount is. Okay. Underwater combat, I will never need to know that. Damage and healing hit points. Hit points represent your durability and the will to live. Good little funny addition there. Okay. Yeah, the more you can abstract the concept of hit points, the better it works, I think. Current hit points can be any number, blah blah, down to 0, which is the lowest hit points can go. When you take damage, subtracted. Hit point loss has no effect on your capabilities until you reach 0. Yeah. I mean, it's a game we're trying to speed things up, right? So it makes sense. If you have half your hit points or fewer, you are bloodied. Which has no game effect on its own, but which may trigger or be, you know, a callback to some other game effect. Sure. If there's a penalty to the damage, it is possible to deal 0, but not negative. Cool. When attacking with a weapon, you add your ability modifier. A spell tells you which dice to roll unless stated otherwise. You don't add your ability modifier to a fixed damage amount that doesn't use a roll. Unless a rule says otherwise, you don't add your ability modifier to a fixed damage amount that doesn't use a roll, such as the damage of a blowgun. You should add your constitution if you got huge lungs. Blow that shit, dude. Michael Phelps blowgun. Add your constitution damage. My man has huge lungs. Deal extra damage. Roll the attack's damage dice twice. Add them together. And add any relevant modifiers as normal. Oh. Hold on. For example, if you score a critical hit with a dagger, roll 2d4 for the damage rather than 1d4, and add your irrelevant ability modifier. If the attack involves other damage dice, such as from Rouge, you also roll those twice, but you don't add your bonuses twice. Alright, we found the first rule I will be wholesale ignoring. Let my people go. Nerfing critical hits. Get out of my face. You think that's how it works in 5th edition? If it is, then I've been accidentally ignoring it for 10 years. You roll the... Here's how a crit works. You roll the thing, and you just straight double it and move on with your life. Everything. In brackets. This is cowardice. Get it out of here. Any crit confirmers? Damage dealt via saving throws uses these rules. Alright. Damage against multiple targets. When you create a damaging effect that forces 2 or more targets to make saving throws against it, roll the damage once for all targets. Just to save time, that makes sense. You know, oh, I rolled, it's 18, and then everybody takes 18 or halves it. We're trying to speed up the pace of play. Perfectly fine with this. Half damage is equal to half the damage that will be dealt on a failed save. Okay. And we always round down in this game unless it says otherwise. And then we have a million different damage types. Fire, slashing, bludgeoning. Some creatures have resistance or vulnerability, and you just have it or double it, right? Damage of that type is halved. If you have vulnerability, it is doubled. Such damage is halved, and if you have vulnerability, sure. No stacking. Uh-oh. Multiple instances of resistance or vulnerability that affect the same damage type count as only one instance. For example, if you have resistance to necrotic, as well as resistance to all, necrotic is reduced by half against you. Oh, we don't go down to quarters? We don't go to quad damage? Alright. Once again, I will be ignoring this. No. No, you get your funny thing. You get your funny thing. No stacking is where fun goes to die. We will be ignoring that. Order of application. I will also be ignoring the advantage, disadvantage. If you have advantage for 5 different reasons and disadvantage for once, one advantage and disadvantage cancel out, right? And then the stack moves down, and it seems, and here we have another 4 copies of advantage, so you have advantage. You don't roll 5 d20s or anything, but yeah, it's just on each half, they cancel each other out until the stack is clear and you're left with whatever your answer is. House ruling already. I'll spare you the DMCA and not paste the text here, but yeah, that's how crits work in 5th edition already. Oh, okay, well that was dumb, and I've been ignoring it for my whole life, apparently. And I've been in many games, and many games where I haven't DM'd. I don't think anyone has done it by the book. Order of application. Modifiers to damage are applied in the following order. State-based 1/1 and -1. Yeah, it's the state-based +1/+1 counter, -1/-1 counter rules. They annihilate each other like particle and antiparticle until you're left with just whatever there is. Except it's a yes or no question instead of a how many question. Modifiers to damage are applied in the following order. Adjustments such as bonuses, penalties, or multipliers are added first. Resistance is applied second. And vulnerability is applied third. For example, creature has resistance to all and vulnerable to fire. It's within a magic aura that reduces all damage by 5. If it takes 28, the damage is first reduced by 5, then halved, then doubled. Okay. What if, once again, if you're resistant to fire and vulnerable to fire, to me, they just cancel out, right? Why turn the 23 into a 22? Just keep the 23 and move on with your life, right? Maybe there's a situation where that matters. Yeah, PEMDAS was too hard, I guess. It's fine. Yeah, you can't go above with healing. That's like temporary hit points and stuff. I wonder what they'll do with temporary hit points. Dropping to 0 hit points. When a creature drops to 0, it either dies outright or falls unconscious, as explained below. Okay. Can't wait for official D&D books to die out so D&D can just become an occult folk tradition because many people do not care about when the rules tell them it isn't. Hey, alright. Whatever you say. Instant death. Monster death. When a monster dies, when a monster goes to 0, it's just dead. Sorry, kid. Should have been a player character. You're out of here. Hit point maximum of 0. If a creature dies with a hit points maximum reaches 0. Certain effects drain life energy, reducing a creature's hit point maximum. Oh, okay, so that's how drain life is. Got it. Massive damage. Oof. MDC. Mega damage. When damage reduces a character to 0 hit points and damage remains, the character dies if the remaining equals or exceeds their hit point maximum. So if you trample their whole ass life bar, the character is straight dead. For example, if your character has hit point maximum of 12, currently has 6 and takes 18, they are fucking dead. Alright, sure. Character demise. If your character dies, others might find a magical way to revive your character, such as with the Raise Dead spell. Or talk with the DM about making a new character to join the group. Perhaps the previous character's brother, looking for his long-lost twin. That the party doesn't have the heart to tell him. The rules glossary has more information on being dead. Oh good, I'll check that out later. If you reach 0, you don't die instantly, you have unconscious. Until you regain any hit points, and now you face death saving throws. Whenever you start your turn with 0. Okay, so you don't take one right away, it's the start of your turn. I am Glob, brother of Bob. Have you guys seen him? No. Welcome, Glob. Anyway. Thanks for answering the call. If you were to reduce a creature to 0 with a melee attack, you can instead reduce it to 1 and give it the unconscious condition. It then starts a short rest. I love these rules. It begins a short rest. Hey kid, I'm gonna give you a short rest. Real quick. At the end of which the condition ends on it. The condition ends early if the creature regains any hit points or if someone makes an action to administer first aid. Okay. I'm gonna give you a short rest. That's funny. Alright. Unlike other saving throws, this one isn't tied to an ability score. You're in the hands of fate now. I don't know why you are. Should be tied to con, right? It's the most constitution you could ever be, is a death saving throw. If you want to get wibbly wobbly with it, you could say force of will or personality or something like that, right? But yeah, this should be con. We gave him a short rest off a long pier. We fitted him with some cement greaves. 3 successive failures. Roll a d20. If the roll is 10 or higher, you succeed, otherwise you fail. So you just flip a coin. Once your 3rd success, you become stable. On your 3rd failure, you die. He ate a complete breakfast. They don't need to be consecutive. Okay. When you roll a 1 or 20, it counts as 2, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Because they crit. If you take any damage while you have 0 hit points, you suffer a death saving throw failure. If the damage is from a critical hit, you suffer 2. If the damage equals or exceeds your hit point max, you die. normalize intelligent, brutal bad guys finishing characters off. It puts the fear into them. Stabilizing. You can take the help action, try and stabilize a creature with 0. DC 10 medicine, super easy. Oh, you're right, yeah, Branimate. I was skimming. If you roll a 20, you just regain 1 hit point. You're just straight back. Is this an action? Whenever you start your turn with 0, you must make a death save. So I start my turn with 0. I roll a nat 20. I have 1 hit point. Can I stand up? Because I have a hit point now. Or am I still unconscious? You have the unconscious condition, quote, until you regain any hit points. So it seems to me that I start my turn, make a death save, roll a natural 20, gain 1 hit point, and then I can, what, stand up from prone and just straight do my whole action? Yeah, it seems free. I actually don't like that, I think. It's kind of the same reason that you guys didn't like my other thing, or you had a good point anyway, which was, if it works like that, consider the play pattern that it promotes, right? The pushing people through attacks of opportunity, you know? Because what I found, especially in 5th edition D&D, is the play pattern was healing was worthless. You never healed anything. You just let people die, like in Final Fantasy VIII. You just let people die, and then tap them for 1 hit point, and they're just back up. And full fighting. And then they get hit 1 time and plop back down, and then you tap them for 1, and they're just like straight back. It was kind of a goofy and obnoxious play pattern. Maybe they're trying to curb that by straight killing you if you take a shitload of damage. But it's equal to your max. You're almost never going to have that happen. Unless you're low level. Yeah, it's going to be like the Undertaker meme. If you have temporary hit points and take damage, you lose those first, sure. They last until they're depleted, or you finish a long rest. Okay. They don't stack. Boo. They cannot be added together. If you have temporary hit points and receive more of them, you decide whether to keep the ones you have or gain new ones. Boo. They're not hit points or healing. Yeah, they're not. They're a temp. You have a 5% chance of it happening on a roll. It's not like something you're going to rely on. Yeah, I'm talking about like bonus action, heal someone for 1 stuff, right? Not like actually rolling, you know. Conditions: blind, charmed, deafened, exhausted, frightened, grappled, incapacitated, invisible, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, restrained, stunned, unconscious. All right, we're going to get some glossary definitions for those, sure. Grappled. Grappler main detected. You do start running into the healing word economy, yeah. Which was a goofy world to be in. Like, it played weird. It's like playing Final Fantasy VIII and just keeping everyone low and never healing them, just so they're always going to be using their limit break until you get aura. Okay, old man references. Sure. No stacking. If multiple effects impose the same condition on you, each instance of the condition has its own duration. But the condition's effects don't get worse. Either you have a condition or you don't. The exhausted condition is an exception. Its effects get worse if you have the condition and receive it again. I think it could get worse. I think you can get more poisoned. You can become more unconscious. More paralyzed. No, yeah. Some of these are just like a yes or no question, right? More grappled. I've seen Zangief, alright? Some people are in fact more grappled than others. I think there are levels to frighten too, but maybe it's pointless. Combat and damage example. Oh, thanks. I don't like seeing normal people. I don't want to see the normal people. I want to see the fantasy stuff. I think. I mean, they have to do this. It's like required. And this isn't new. They've been doing this since the very beginning, right? Person, their character, you know? But it's always like so lame and dated immediately. Like, go ahead and open up an old TTRPG and you see what the people looked like and what their characters looked like. Maybe it is, no, you know what? Because of that, maybe it's a good thing. It's like a time capsule. Because you open up a Rift's Ultimate Edition from 2001 and you see some Freddie Williams artwork in there. And you're like, damn, this shit rocks. These dudes were hella sick with their Mountain Dew Code Red and, you know, whatever. The action D20. Shit, it's gonna be a 20. Yeah, I convinced myself. I turned myself around. Oh, what a nice picture. This is fun. I particularly like this one. It's got a little bit of that old school, you know, Elmore kind of look to it, doesn't it? A little more painted. I rather like this. It's also, I think, about the old cartoon, but I only recognize the wizard kid. Anyway, I like this style. Reminds me of that Eastwood or Larry Elmore stuff. Let's fucking go. Proper wizard hat. Creating a character. Oh, we're past it, alright. Those were the game mechanics. Basically 5e. Alright, choose a class. They talk about session 0, good. We used to have to tell people about this thing and it was like, you're a genius, you know? Like, oh, they don't tell you to do this, but we came up with this cool idea. And look at that, now it's like codified in there. Session Zeta. You really do want to even build all your characters around the same table. Or Discord now. Just so you can get party balance and, ooh, I'm going to be this guy, I'm going to be that guy. Ooh, the party needs something like this, we'll do that, you know. Create your character, choose a class, determine origin, ability scores. Origin is what, backgrounds? Oh, background and species. Oh, we're no longer calling it race, we're calling it species. How did the character spend the years leading up to a life of adventure? I hope they really expand the background stuff. Backgrounds were just kind of whatever, and they gave you some skills. I hope there's a lot more to them. I thought that was a cool idea. Anyway, pick an alignment. Fill in details. Yeah, and you get to create backstories together or have similar stuff. Ooh, did we all come from a similar place? How did we get here? How come we chose to start adventuring? Although I suppose it depends. Some people like to roleplay out how their characters met, and some people, like me, like to have that be just a decided on thing, and then everyone talks about it, and it's kind of like, all right, that's how we met, and it was cool, but now we're an adventuring party, and we can get right on to it. We should all be dashing smuggler rogues. And you get to involve whatever the GM's made up for their special world or whatever, right? Friends from work, yeah. Anyway, what do we got? Choose a class and write it in a character sheet, alright. Class, likes, primary, complexity. Oh, complexity, okay. I mean, everybody has to make a table like this now. It's a decent idea. I don't know that you need a table like this, but it'll be fun to read. Barbarian likes battle. No shit. Really? Okay. Cleric likes gods. True. Well, maybe not. Maybe just one. You know? Matter of fact, cleric probably likes one god specifically, and probably really doesn't like at least one other god, you know? A bard likes performing. I think these could have been a little more game mechanic-y, right? Druid likes nature. Yeah. Fighter like weapons. Fighters like big swords. Monk likes unarmed combat. Okay, well, I better not see even one weapon, ever. It should be all unarmed, like on-release EverQuest Monk, where equipping a weapon made you worse, actually. Paladin likes defense. No, he doesn't. Literally wrong. Well, okay, maybe it's true in this edition. Paladin likes smiting. That's what paladins like. They like smite. They like smiting and possibly having high saving throws. I don't know if they like defense. Ranger likes surviving. Rogues like hiding. Sorcerers like power. Warlocks like occult lore. Which is very close to that. And then wizards love they spell books. Yo, you got any games on your spell book? I love spell books. Alright. Yeah, they could have probably chosen better words for these, but I think this is very humorous, and so I'm happy that it's here. Even though it's not helpful at all. In popular culture, just the zeitgeist of humanity, everyone basically knows what all these words mean as it pertains to classes. And the one extra word is maybe applicable. I don't know. He likes fight tan. He like weapon. He like no weapon. I like this table. It's funny. As a guy who plays fighters, I sure do like weapons. I mean, there it is. Maybe they're right. Paladins like oaths? That would have been a much better one, Thief the Thief. Yeah. Well, maybe they don't have oaths anymore. I'm not sure. Maybe Paladin likes taking oaths. Oaths. Steel cut oaths. Little brown sugar in there. Wizards love books. Fighters running common weapon is pretty great, though. They love weapon. Oh yeah, complexity. Barbarian is average. Bard is high complexity. Cleric is average. Druid is high. Fighter is low. Monk is high. Oh wow, look at that. Monk is high. High complexity. Paladin is average. Ranger is average. Rouge is low. And then these two are high, but Wizard is average. Damn. Wizard, are you gonna take that? Here we have a character sheet. Thumb. Alright. I figured they wouldn't get rid of spell slots because it's going to be so similar to 5th, but I see we still got spell slots. Still got a proficiency bonus that never goes up fucking ever. It goes up at roughly 1/3 the rate that I want it to. The Balanced Party. Classic D&D party comprises a cleric. Woo, already wrong. It's hard to find somebody who wants to play a cleric. Cleric, fighter, rogue, wizard. Okay. It's the classic, right? So sure. These 4 classes have the longest history in the game. More importantly, they bring a balanced mix of capabilities to adventurers. You're welcome to use that party setup or modify it with these guidelines. Cleric, replace with a bard or a druid. Fighter, replace with a whole lot of shit. Replace the bard or ranger, and a wizard replace with, look at this, bard appearing everywhere. Instead of cleric, fighter, rogue, and wizard, why don't you consider a bard, a paladin, a bard, and a bard? Okay. This reads like a player wrote it, you know, and just cut to the, let's just cut to the good stuff to play. But to sell your class balance, I might not have used the same class for almost all these. Have you thought about a bard? Write your level. Write your character level on your sheet. So I can just write 10? No man can stop me? Alright, we're starting at 10. Hold that. Oh shit, hold that thought. You'll fill in more details about your class later. Choosing your class is the most important decision you make in creating your character. It informs many of the decisions you make in later steps. Mostly agree. Determine origin. Character's origin involves choosing a background, a species, and 2 languages. And species is... It sounds weird to me. I think of like xenomorph aliens and stuff when they say species. It makes me think of horrific biomonsters and stuff. I know it's probably a more appropriate word than race in a certain way, but I don't know, it sounds like a movie or something. Character's background represents place or occupation. Sure, choose a background, sure. Chapter 4 is for backgrounds. I might jump to those. Your xenomorph bard is ready to party. Well, let me tell you what. They have the same ability scores as everyone else, but they have dark vision. And fucking Misty Step. There you go. That's the xenomorph race package. Sorry, species. Record your feat. Note proficiencies. A background gives you a feat, which grants your character particular capabilities. Oh, you get a feat from your background now. Alright, nice. Feat for free? Acid blood, come on now. No, that's too interesting, Frank. All the races have to be basically just humans, except different colors. They have to all be the same. Acid blood is too interesting. All the species need to be as generically the same as possible. It's the best way to balance them. You think, like, xenomorphs are really agile, maybe, or strong? No. Same as a human. Choose a species. Imagine your past and present. Let's go. Who raised you? Aliens. Who was your dearest childhood friend? An alien. Did you grow up with a pet? No. Have you fallen in love? Yes, with an alien. We got languages. Deep speech. Dwarvish, Draconic. Origin Sigil. Interesting. Nice callback for Planescape. Yeah, let me get a half dwarf, half Goliath, fey-blooded, half dragon, half demon. Some Ichigo-ass duct tape together nonsense. I like how aberrations have deep speech. What's the matter? Too deep for you? Elementals mentioned. Primordial. Primordial includes Aquan, Auran, Ignan, Terran, yeah. Oh, you no longer have to learn each of them independently. Various criminal guilds, you know. Ability scores. First, generate a set of 6 numbers using the instructions below and then assign them. Are we doing 3d6? Right down the line? That was something nobody followed back in the day, as far as I knew. Use the following 6 scores for your abilities. Oh, if you're just trying to instantly play the game as fast as possible, just use this. Use this goop. Random generation. Finally, some proper character creation. Obviously, you randomly generated. Roll 4 d6s and record the total of the highest 3 dice. Do this 5 more times, so you have 6 numbers, and then look at it. And if it's not very good, then that kid thrown off the cliff, roll up another one. And then show up to your game with 5 18s and 1 16, and swear up and down that, bro, trust me, I really rolled that, I swear. And your GM's like, sure. Sure you did. Or you can do a point buy if you're a robot. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I guess it's good for really quickly rolling everything up. But it's, it is against my nature. Determine ability modifiers, alright, yeah. Describe appearance and personality. Definitely. And also describe the fit. I wanna hear what you really look like. Put some thought into it. Ahem. You're a fan of the pre-chosen as you think people should have a bad stat. I mean, they'll almost certainly end up with one if they roll, but I suppose it's possible not to. If you're gonna have people roll, maybe do so publicly, you know? I'm not saying people aren't trustworthy, it's just, why give them the opportunity? one of the things I have done in the past was people roll up 4 stat lines, like when we were all at the same table, everybody rolls a stat line, you know? And then you compare all the rolls everyone made, and whoever has the best stat line, that's like the one everyone gets to choose from. And they can move things around a little if they want. And so the party's still balanced, but you didn't soullessly choose from some predetermined list or point buy method as if it were some MMO, you know, that cares about balance of you between somebody else. It's more like a draft where everybody's decks in a Magic draft are kind of balanced because they're pulling out of the same pool, you know? You can do it that way too. There's a bunch of ways you could do it. The main goal is that everybody, all of your players, have like reasonably similar stat lines. You don't want one person with crazy shit and one person who sucks, right? So the goal is, in general, a mostly fair allocation of stats, but still have a little bit of that mystique and magic of randomness instead of the cold, hard, almost artificial nature of just choosing things. But this is me being old here. I'm sure everybody nowadays just picks them or does point buy. What are these D4s here? Strength D4, high strength. Muscular, sinewy, protective, direct. What is this just a list of synonyms or something? What is this for? Note your character's appearance and personality. Okay, the following tables of descriptive words give suggestions on how you might use words to describe. Okay, so this is just like, here are some words. Okay, sure. Man, how would I describe somebody who's a low strength? Oh, weak. Okay, got it. I didn't... Sure. How many pages are in this book? Do you need to list synonyms for normal words? I don't really care. It's just, it's weird. Do you need that? Does somebody need that? You read everyone's backstory, and they all describe themselves as slight and self-conscious straight from the table. Anyway, choose an alignment. Choosing your character's alignment from the options below and note it. D&D assumes that player characters aren't of an evil alignment. Check with your DM before making an evil character. Well, yeah, unless it's an evil game. You're supposed to be heroes. You don't have to be heroes. It doesn't have to be a heroic game. But you do all want to be on the same page. Low dex is jittery. Wouldn't it just be slow? I don't know. Hesitant, unsteady. Charisma, alright. Charming, commanding, hilarious, inspiring. Low charisma is pedantic, humorless, reserved, tactless, lugubrious. Why didn't they put that one on there? Alright, 9 alignments. Awful good. Good, yeah. Do they even describe the evil ones if they don't let you play them? They do, okay. A villain pursuing schemes of vengeance and havoc is probably chaotic evil. Well, maybe. What do they say for chaotic neutral? Follow their whims, valuing their personal freedom above all else. A scoundrel who wanders the land living by their wits is probably chaotic neutral. Okay. Okay. A character who wasn't allowed to be evil, but
Dylan!
also wants to be annoying.
You son of a bitch.
Oh. Big raid. Hey, catchy cantrips. Thanks for the 21 member big raider. A dimension door opens, and small round creatures begin rolling in. It's tattoo takeover. Let chaos begin. Oh, this is so fun. There's a little message like they're coming in from magic. How fun. Welcome. What were you guys doing? Homebrew coffee, cashy cantrips. I'm just looking over the D&D. Oh, I promised I would use the right name, and I'm trying to think of it. One D&D, right? 5.5 kind of thing. Just finished our interactive actual play game. Nice. My next one is Thursday, but I'm looking over the brand new D&D stuff right now. Was it this, or was it the older one? What were you doing? Tay Barracuda thinks it's tier 1 to Kaji cantrips. Appreciate it.
Twitch Prime.
Just 5e, no big deal. Soul Assassin thanks for the Prime. I like how they have little sigils. Isn't that fun? I don't know. I like this kind of art. Just 5e. Is it a world of your own making? Or is it a campaign setting? I'm like scrolling through and commenting on all this stuff because I haven't looked at any of the new D&D 5.5 stuff yet. So I'm kind of like digesting it over the course of the next 700 hours. They do be giving you a lot of synonyms for just normal words here, which I suppose is okay, but people do have the internet. Conceivably, D&D players still read as children. I don't know. Man, how would I describe a chaotic character? Loquacious. A homebrew made by your community? Oh, neat. Is it a collaborative effort? Fierce Foop. Did not know WoW did D&D, like my Warhammer stuff. Hey, thanks. I'm trying to branch out. Well, not really branch out. I'm just like doing stuff that I would be doing anyway. And so I might as well do it on stream. Anyway, thanks for liking my stuff on the Warhammer side. Boastful is chaotic. So much for the lawful asshole OD traditional past, yeah. Lawful is cooperative, they claim. Yeah, that makes sense. Chaotic doesn't work well with the group, you know, lawful does, that kind of thing, makes sense. And we fill in the details, which I don't need to worry about. Hit points by class. Oh, maybe I do need to worry about it. Hold on. I see we've kept the passive perception. I really like the idea of passive perception. I like to reward the players for them choosing their stuff, but I just want to tell them about the cool shit that's happening. You know, sometimes you make concessions as a GM. You know, the classic situation. All right, everyone roll your spot checks. Why don't you give me a perception real quick? And then everyone fucking fails it. And you're like, you son of a bitch, I want to actually tell you about it because it's so cool and you were supposed to pass that roll. Okay, I guess you just keep walking. And we get to the next part, you know. This is why I like passive perceptions. And even like just giving people information sometimes if they happen to have the skill at all with a proficiency to it. You don't see the big worm. Use passive history for the same reason? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I do similar things for many of the skills even. Lurking while chatting, no big deal, dude. When I go offline, I need to like decompress. And so I don't expect people to hang on my every word after a raid. Your work is done. Do what you wish. But yeah, especially perception. Barbarian. Alright, we're just going max. The house rule has finally made it fully in. 12 plus con. Fighter, Paladin, Ranger are on 10. The middlemen are on 8. And Sorcerer and Wizard, fresh off the upgrade from last edition of no longer being D4, are up to 6. Kind of moving on up. Once you finally discover how to use tables, I suppose. You like the vibe, it's super chill. That's, in general, what I'm trying to do. I started using those Twitch, what are those things called? Tags, you know? And so I got to write, like, low energy as kind of a meme, but also very descriptive, I would say. My streams are generally, people are supposed to be painting their Warhammer figures, too. And so it's just something to have on. Yeah, monks are still 8, Fingpat, do note. Monks still on that 8 gaming. No 10s. Should make everyone 20 plus con at level 1, then apply hit dice. Sounds like you want to start at level 3. Which I don't blame you for, I would too. But then again, I'm like a Palladium Rifts kind of guy, so I like people being what they're intending on being right away instead of kind of having to build towards it over the years. Maybe not quite that much, but... Is there still the weird hit die thing where you keep track of your hit dice and then you short rest spend them to heal? And let's see, you can spend hit dice during a short rest to recover hit points. Your character sheet also includes space to note how many hit dice you've spent. This, I mean, it makes sense. It's a sensical system, I suppose. Write your dex modifier for initiative, and then dex for armor class as well. Yeah, sure. Hit die plus con. Yeah, I suppose it'll never go away like alignment. That's fine. I'll give you a short rest. Dude, I loved the other thing where to knock someone unconscious, you give them a short rest condition. I thought that was so fucking funny. That thing was so great. You keep talking like that, I'm about to give you a short rest, kid. Right here. The spell save DC is still 8 plus ability mod plus prof. If your class gives you the spellcasting or pact magic feature, your class feature table shows the number of spell slots, and then we give them a name. Level advancement, sure. XP if you're still using that. I've been using milestone leveling for about 25 years, but XP can work too. Proficiency bonus. I thought the table capped out at 9. Oh, that's because the other table went to 30. Yeah. Did they fix the XP problem where there's level 1 that required less than the level before? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I've used milestone leveling since like 1997 or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not like there's hell levels from EverQuest or anything. Milestone is superior. I mean, I like it, but, you know. It's more dynamic and more rewarding, in your opinion. Some people like to count the beans. You know, there's got to be something for the bean counters in this world, and some people like that. I don't use the system myself, but I'll slightly defend it. Sometimes it's fun to crunch the numbers and try to do that kind of thing. I think personally, after they came out with Diablo 2 and things like that, video games do that plenty, you know? And so you kind of don't need to for these games anymore, but I still have players do it for Rifts, but that's because their XP system gives you almost nothing for combat ever, and it's all about getting bonus XP for having good ideas, coming up with good plans, saving innocent lives, avoiding fights, using skills, you know, stuff like that. And so I rather like that if you're into bookkeeping. But when I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons specifically, you know, I got this whole thing planned out, and so it's like, okay, this thing happens, bam, you've reached another philosophical plateau. Go and train with your master and stuff like that. All right, now you're level 5. And then something happens, not quite, something happens, not quite. Okay, you did a big campaign event, and you went off and trained, and there was a montage, and it had, I don't know, some music in the background, and now you're 6, right? And it also, I guess, doing that kind of shies people away a little bit from more the metagamey kind of stuff. We have to kill 3 more goblins to level up, right? Which can be fun in a certain way, but... He's got the tuning fork. When you gain a level, most characters advance in the same class. However, you might decide to gain a level in another class. Alright, so we're still multi-classing, and we're no longer calling it optional. Because it was clear that when they called it optional, everybody just did it. Oh, you can go fixed or you can roll. Which produces pretty similar hit points all the way up. I mean, they'll diverge over time, but... Bonus feats at 20. DM can use his feats. Okay, cool. Tiers of play. Tier 1, level 1 to 4. Tier 2, 5 to 10. 11 to 16, 17 to 20. Sure. Starting at higher levels, music to my ears. Starting equipment. Normal starting. 500 GP plus that. Normal starting, 1 common, 1 uncommon. Oh. Alright. I'm used to the starting money, equipment, and magic items being, like, way below par. But that's just a personal taste thing. Your GM is going to do whatever they want, right? Individual XP stopped making sense after 2E. The last time there were rules for non-combat XP awards. Yeah, for sure. I like Rift's system more, where it's mostly non-combat stuff you get XP for. And you get almost nothing for fighting. Yeah, very stingy from these tables. Maybe my games just dump loot and treasure on you. It's possible. Some GMs giveth, and
Dylan!
some their cup overfloweth, right?
You son of a bitch!
No need for gravity. Thanks for the big raid of 6. Appreciate it. Damn, I didn't know I'd be getting raids in this room. What do they call these on Twitch? The room? Channel? I don't know. What do they call these things? Channel, I guess. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. No need for gravity. With raiders. Multiclassing allows you to gain levels in multiple classes. With this rule, you have the option of gaining a level in a new class. Doing so lets you mix the abilities of those classes to realize a character concept that might not be reflected in a single class. And the concept that you are realizing is a more powerful character than might be reflected in a single class. But that's fine. Some people have their fun that way. It's me. Points, whatever. Proficiency, sure. Yeah, you just take your overall character level. If you gain the extra attack feature from more than one class, the features don't stack. I mean, if they did, you would just... It would be the 3.5 Dungeons & Dragons all over again, right? I take 2 levels of Fighter and 2 levels of Kensei and 2 levels of whatever Ranger or something, and you're like 10 different levels of different guys just getting extra attacks and stacking as many extra feats as you could get. Not really extra attacks, but extra feats. However, I thought that was cool, but alright. Do you only just get one extra attack ever then? Like, or is there specific class abilities that are called like additional extra attack or mega extra attack or something like that? Homebrew coffee, you shall depart now. You have an amazing night. Everybody take it. Yeah, no problem. Unless you are a fighter like in 5e. Oh, this looks kind of sick though. Cool. Multi-class spellcaster, just to lay it out here. Level 2 at 3, level 3 at 5, level 4 at 7 with 1, so it's 2 to 2 and then 1 1 1 1. Alright. We're tapering. Level 9 at level 17. Character with Paladin and Warlock levels might call on both a Mighty Oath and an otherworldly patron. I almost don't think that should even be possible, but sure, you technically can. A Paladin and a Warlock. Maybe Warlocks aren't evil this edition. I love the trinket table. I'm pleased they brought it back. Oh, that's this guy's thumb. I love the little trinket table where you roll on it and you're like, ooh, I got a weightless stone. How cool is that? I just think this is fun, isn't it? Yeah, directory Jim Rendo on YouTube. Directory or maybe category, you're both right. You mean Warlock with a heroic oath is basically just Will from Baldur's Gate? You mean the most boring character ever? Holy, did I hate Will. Supposedly they rewrote that guy in the beta because everyone hated him and said he was boring. And so the Will that we got was the fixed version. Dude, imagine how bad it must have been in beta for that guy. Holy. Anyway, no hate. I like the game a lot. Maybe they also let the Paladin be evil this edition? I certainly hope not. They have classes for that. They're like, you know, Dark Knights or Shadow Knights or whatever. You know, there's other things for that. Some things should just be, you know, a paladin who isn't lawful good is like a wizard who doesn't cast spells. Doesn't make any sense to me. Raiders, if you've been here for 15 minutes, remember to click HeyWoah's name twice so that you count as a viewer. Is that a thing? I've been streaming for a long time, and I haven't heard that. But it seems harmless. There's one simple trick. Twitch hates him. Doctors hate him. Find out how to count as a viewer. Alright. I could see maybe a neutral good paladin or a chaotic good paladin, right? Depending on the god they follow. I would go that far. I would reach across the aisle perhaps that far. But no more. Character class provides characters' most exciting capabilities. Alright. I don't need to read through that, right? Because we can just go through it. Big axe. Nice axe. Very good. Oh, you kind of can't see it because of chat. Apologies. But nice axe. Very well done. A fierce warrior of primal rage. Primal rage? For the Atari Jaguar? And arcades? And possibly another system or two. Was it on the 3DO? The monkey piss fatality. That game sucked. You don't think 5e is actually compatible with other things? So if a Death Knight type is not a paladin, then they're like stuck being a ranger or something? So do we have to wait for the Book of Vile Darkness to come out to give us, like, evil classes for NPCs? Are we gonna have, like, evil classes in the Dungeon Master Guide, maybe? Welcome, Mozzarella. Good name. You have to eat late dinner, but it's so nice to meet and hope to catch up. Yeah, no problem. Mozzarella comes in here, tells me they need to eat late dinner. Very appropriate, makes sense, good name. Saving throw is strength and con. You get either animal handling, the skill again, ugh, athletics, intimidation, nature, perception, or survival. I mean, those are some good ones. Simple and martial, light and medium, also shields, starting equipment, great axe, or gold. Okay. I'm obviously taking my time here, but I wonder if A adds up to 75 or not. Is it more or less? I'm just thinking out loud. Ahem. So we get rage damage. And it's mostly just 2 forever. Very tiny increase. Weapon mastery, you get some. Whole bunch of words printed here. So a decent chunk of abilities right away. And then after 6, we kind of fade off. Got a proficiency bonus there. Switch hats? Sure. I will. I'll probably go for the big hat. And also, I just ran out of Dr. Pepper cream. So I'm going to cut the commercial, be right back. Get up and stretch your legs, been watching for 2 hours and a half. Got to get that blood flowing a little bit. BRB, Break Time Mozzarella. Please enjoy a commercial that I made.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big,
hot
ice cream. And a coating made with beautiful
milk,
chocolate so you can
pour
big cream.
like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big cream.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to
Cream.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, where have I heard that before?
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
Cream.
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation. And there is
More real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
Right now, you could be savoring the rich, creamy flavor of angel food ice
cream.
It's the extra cream in angel food that blends all of your favorite flavors so they're always smooth and creamy. Never pointy. How about some rich and creamy angel food ice cream right now?
All right. Oh yeah, I gotta switch hats. Much better. Okay, things I was looking for to improve upon for the Barbarian. I hated the fact that rage was long rest, and you got so painfully few of them per day, and almost all your abilities only worked when you were currently raging. And so you had a big red button that you could press, but you kind of didn't want to every encounter. It was like a wizard who has one spell slot left, except that was kind of your whole deal. And so I guess what I'm looking for, like as a player, obviously you just want everything to be on a short rest, right? But that's going to depend. I'm looking for them to be able to do a lot more when they're not raging. Or get more rages, or have them be short, or whatever, what have you. And I'm especially looking for them to have more in the exploration interaction phase. And not just combat, and besides that be a fucking brute, which they are, which is fine. As a player, you want to be in a rage all the time. Just sleep raging. Your hands are, you're the Arthur meme, even in your sleep, you know? Weapon mastery is when not raging also. Does it explain weapon mastery here, or does it explain it somewhere else? Because we looked through the very beginning part, and it didn't talk about that. What are weapon masteries? What are them? You get them at weapon mastery right away. Maybe it'll tell me. I'll just read. Reading the card explains the card. Maybe it'll just do that. Rage. You can imbue yourself with a primal power called Rage, a force that grants you extraordinary might and resilience. You can enter it as a bonus action if you aren't wearing heavy armor. Okay. Which you don't have training in anyway, so fair. Number of times shown for your barbarian level in the Rage's column of the barbarian feature table. You regain 1 expended use when you finish short rest, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Oh, they did the thing that I kind of wanted. Well, hot damn. Alright, 5th edition 5.01, looking kind of good. While active, your rage follows the rules below. DR. Resistance to bludgeoning, BPS, sure. Fighting stuff. Rage damage. When you make an attack using strength with either a weapon or unarmed, you deal damage to the target, you gain a bonus to damage that increases as you gain levels. Yeah, this is their, like, really simplified, faster way of, because before it would be like, oh, your strength goes up by this amount, your constitution goes up by this amount. And they're just like, nah, we'll just add to your damage and cut out the middleman. Your strength doesn't actually go up. You just get, like, bonuses. Which I feel is just kind of a saving, kind of bookkeeping sort of stuff, so fair enough. Advantage on strength checks and strength saves. You can't maintain concentration, and you can't cast spells. Boo. Duration. Lasts until the end of your next turn. And it ends early if you don heavy armor. They really don't want you in heavy armor. I've seen the heavy armor from original 5th edition. I don't want to be in it. If your rage is still active in your next turn, you can extend the rage for another round by doing one of the following. Make an attack roll. Force an enemy to make a save. Or take a bonus action to extend it. Oh, okay. Or, I don't know, I'd throw an axe at him or something. Just, like, make any sort of attack roll at all. Right, alright. Each time it is extended, it'll last until the end of your next turn. You can maintain it for up to 10 minutes. Alright, sure, 10 minutes. Sounds good. I like the bonus action extend. It got awkward sometimes where your rage just like ends, so that's kind of nice. Overall, a nice change to that. Pretty tiny rage damage, especially in the higher levels. People are casting wish and stuff and you get +4 to damage. Like, okay, dude. But, we'll read what other abilities they have. Does rage end if you go unconscious? Yes, if you get the incapacitated condition. You can't actually sleep mad. And it specifically says an attack roll against an enemy. And, punching a wall. Some barbarian named Trevor with a monster punching holes in drywall doesn't count. guess you just, like, use a bonus action out of combat. And you can be raging for the 10 minutes in the dungeon. Kinda cool. While you aren't wearing any armor, your base armor class is 10 plus dex plus con. You can use a shield and still gain this benefit. Oh, okay. Or you could use light or medium. Your training with weapons allows you to use the mastery properties of two kinds of simpler martial melee weapons of your choice, such as great axes and hand axes. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can practice weapon drills and change one of those choices. Oh, cool. Nice. You can perform some barbarian kata. When you reach certain barb levels, you gain the ability to use mastery profiles of more kinds of weapons as shown. Sure. Yeah, Conan does those on a cliff alongside the ocean. Yeah, dex plus con. So you might be a little mad, but not really. I mean, you wanted those stats anyway, right? This is something that they just took from Baldur's Gate 3, or was Baldur's Gate 3 taking that from the beta of this? I wonder. Because I remember in Baldur's Gate they had something like this, where your various different weapons like had some ability, so you could do like something at least if you didn't have anything else to do. It's neat. Perhaps they'll balance out, you know? One would expect, like, okay, just mathematically there's probably a best weapon, like greatsword or something. And so that thing's weapon mastery should probably be bad, and then a worse type weapon should maybe have a better one, and in this case, maybe we can have some choices or something. Danger sense. Advantage on dex saves unless you have the okay, unless you're sleeping. Advantage on dex saves is real good. Didn't this used to be an initiative bonus as well? I can't remember. It's actually been too long. Reckless attack. You can throw aside all concern for... Yeah, this is the get advantage, but you have disadvantage. When you make your first attack roll of your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly. Doing so gives you advantage on attack rolls using strength for until the start of your next turn, but attacks against you have advantage as well. I appreciate that you can do that outside of a rage, which was also how it was before. It's unchanged. Recklessly attacking. And it, in a sense, it kind of evens out, right? And this is how it was in 5th, where is it? You take half damage from melee, but people are at advantage to hit you, and so conceivably, they hit you more often, but you take half, and so it's kind of like you're even. Barb subclass. The Path of the Berserker, the Path of the Wild Heart, and the Path of the World Tree. And the Path of the Zealot. Oh, we get 4. Okay, cool. We get 4 subclasses. Not bad. Subclasses, specialization that grants you a feature. Yeah. For the rest of your career, you gain each of the subclasses features that are of your barbarian level. Primal knowledge. You gain proficiency in another skill of your choice from the skill list available to barbs at level 1. And you got 2, which will be for sure perception, and then probably nature. Because athletics, you'll just pass those anyway. But I could maybe see survival. But definitely perception, probably nature. And so your third choice will be survival, maybe. Okay. I mean, giving us anything else to do outside of combat is a plus, so fair enough. Athletics is a third choice, you would think? Yeah, maybe. I mean, by the time you get this and then start leveling up, perhaps some of the athletics checks start to get harder, and you really do want your proficiency to them. In addition, while your raid is active, you can channel primal power when you attempt certain tasks. Whenever you make an ability check using one of the following skills, you can make it as a strength check, even if it is normally used as a different. Yeah, but they said that there's like custom rules for doing that anyway. So is this like acrobatics, intimidation, perception, stealth, or survival? I like how stealth is here because of Conan for sure, right? When you use the ability, your strength represents primal power coursing through you, honing your agility, bearing, and senses. Primal perception. Okay. It's cool. I don't know. It's cool. How do you conduct Theater of the Mind combat? Your players always want a grid. You just explain it. You just explain what's happening. You know? You know, the other day I was running a Rifts game a few Thursdays ago, and the players entered this arena on a rifted-in alternate dimension, like, dangerous blood planet, and there was a big coliseum, and all these people were fighting in it. It was like a King of the Hill thing, and I explained what everything looks like, and, oh, this is up here, and that's what the holy symbol looks like. You can see the moon through the twin towers of it, and lightning cracks and everything, and then the guy on top throws the challenger down and points and says some Duke Nukem shit at you. And then, you know, you roll initiative, right? And I'm like, okay, as they're rolling initiative, I'm like, all right, so the arena is this many feet across. It's a big circle. It's got a 8-stepped pyramid in the center of it with big, thick steps that are like 3 feet up. And then at the top of it are your 3 opponents that you've been chasing the whole adventure. And they got the magic MacGuffin behind them. And the top of the pyramid is maybe 20 feet square, and you guys are on the ground floor, and you've just entered, and they're 300 feet away, and all right, who's the first in initiative? And then they go, right? And then the party's like, okay, yeah, the Azrakan Special Forces guy is like, all right, I'm gonna scoot to the left and swing it wide, you know, and then I'm gonna shoot the person with my special gun, and then the next person was like, all right, I'm gonna start casting this spell, and then it was time for the NPCs to go, and I'm like, all right, the crazy wired gunslinger guy who's got mind over matter implants in his brain that he's sanded down into points, and he's looking crazy, and he pulls out both of his guns and throws a Psy Sword Mombele at them and like ricochet shots off of it to hit other people, and he throws it at whoever's in the middle. Who was in the middle? And then the wizard, CJ, who's in chat, is like, yeah, I was probably in the middle, because Vince went to the left, and yeah, I was probably in the middle. All right, so then he throws it at you then. And that's how we did it. And then it gets to Vince's turn, he's like, so how far away exactly is that? Well, it's about this far away. All right, well, I moved that much closer to it, and there you go. Right? And yeah, we just explain it, and people think about it in their heads, and I have little images I bring up, you know. If I'm talking about a character, you know, I'll look and find some guy or some character or something like that, you know. Like, here's the overlay, right, for it. And so I have a section right here where I can bring up any sort of like image and just, oh, I'm talking about it, and oh, here's the helicopter that the thing is, and here's Tei Takemi from Persona 5, and, you know, just talking about it. And then sometimes I use visual aids, and sometimes we're just talking. You always get, can you show this on a grid? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because I play D&D with old guys. We're just used to doing it in the theater of the mind. I don't want to play like to me, I don't, and this is just obviously like a personal thing, I don't like playing on a battle map where everybody's a cube and you're moving around. Bah, I don't like it. I don't want to play a tabletop war game. If I want to do that, I'll play Age of Sigmar. I like describing things and having it all be cinematic and where are you? Oh, you're about here, that makes sense. Or how fast is that thing going to close? Well, it's going to close right away, but it's going to be cinematic. So we'll say it's closing and then you guys are running towards it and you do some cool thing. And I like doing stuff like that, I guess. I mean, if your players really want a battle map, then, you know, give your audience what they want, I suppose, right? Wait, leave her up, leave her up. You've been meaning to ask what are mom implants and how do they work? So they stand for mind over matter implants. And they were developed, I think, in South America. We're the inventors of them. As their super soldier program. And they mostly, I think you have to be latently psychic. But they're essentially like technology that juices up your latent psychic energy and makes it turn inward. So it increases your psychic power, but it folds it inward. So instead of using telekinesis and all this other stuff, instead you're like a psi warrior. And so you don't feel pain. Sometimes you get an auto dodge depending on what type of crazy you are. Sometimes you get you become like a mega damage creature sometimes. Crazy leaps, super strength, incredible speed, stuff like that. The problem is it has some side effects and you get insanities every level. And in order to be that inhumanly fast, it kind of puts you in a directed seizure state. Where it's kind of like giving you a seizure but forcing you to move in a direction that you chose to move, right? And so it's very bad for the mind and the longevity. And every time you level up, you get more and more random psychoses and insanities and stuff like that. And eventually it becomes like kind of a non-player character sort of thing. And they're strictly worse than juicers power level wise, but they're pretty similar in that they're a super soldier who isn't technically MDC but gets an auto dodge. Unless you go for an ultra crazy, which is MD, or a mega juicer, which is MD. Anyway, great question. Brazil rise up, let's go. I don't speak whatever that is, I'm afraid. And if I tried to sound it out, I would embarrass myself, so. Hey, well, can you be both a juicer and have MOM added in? Technically, no. But, it is like a world, right? So, you could be a juicer and then just walk into a mom implant place and have them try to do it. Generally, no. Both of them put too much strain on your body in different ways, and one of them you need to do, yeah, it wouldn't work out. The game mechanic reason is because typically in Rifts you can't multi-class. You take one class. That's like the game answer. The in-world answer is, oh, your humors, they can't handle it, you know, whatever. There are ways to technically be able to do it via weird loopholes in one of the 55 books or 65 books or whatever. Like, you can be a thing and then just take another class if you want. And if you're making, like, GM characters or something, you could do that. In fact, one of the most common legal multi-classes to do is when you're a juicer and you're approaching last call, you detox off the juice and you don't die, which is rare. But you're kind of in a wheelchair for the rest of your life and your body is just spent. It can't do anything anymore. And you can't handle that. Like, you can't deal with being a superhuman who can see individual drops of rainfall and cut them in half like it's a cutscene from some weeb game, and then now your body doesn't work and you can't handle it, most juicers that survive end up becoming full conversion cyborgs for that reason. And that's an in-world, like, very canonical thing that tends to happen. And technically, that's a multi-class, right? You're taking an extra OCC, but it's not like you still have any of the juicer stuff, so it's kind of more like a backstory thing. Anyway, good questions. You wondered if you could Atom Smasher and become like 95% modded with whack shit and be 5% sane? Yes, you can. It's called being a full conversion cyborg. You can replace basically everything except your brain stem. Yeah, except your brain, a little stem back here, and that's about it. Everything else will be synthetic and just replaced with stuff. You're like a robot person. There's also partial conversion cyborgs that are like halvesies. But you can go all the way. You can make just literal Atom Smasher in it. That's what most full conversion cyborgs are just Atom Smasher except in riffs. And they're about as crazy. What system are you guys talking about? Palladium riffs, which I run every Thursday or every other Thursday. You're playing in person, you run with tape measure. Online, you run with grid map. Okay, makes sense. What if you wanted to become a dragon juicer? How does that affect your pact? I'd have to look up dragon juicer. I don't think you make a pact. It's a magic thing, sure, but is it an official pact? I know dragon juicers are cool, right? Like, you're technically the only type of juicer that won't explode after 5 years. All you have to do is keep killing dragons and drinking their blood, and you'll stay a juicer forever, which is actually kind of sick. Palladium? Yeah, Palladium is like the company, and Rifts is the game. The rules are like complete spaghetti, and you have to house rule basically all of them to get them to work. But it's just the best. It's just the best. Yeah. It's super flawed, but in really endearing, wonderful ways, in my opinion. And it's one of the better settings out there. As someone who still plays 3.5 edition D&D, your big issue with 5th is the skill system. After level 1, you don't multi-class or take a feat. You never learn more skills. Yeah, that is a little weird, isn't it? And everyone just kind of knows all the skills and can kind of roll them, which I suppose is convenient. But you would think you would be consistently just learning skills all the time, but maybe you can only focus on a few of them. I guess, yeah. Is it good? To me, it's the best TTRPG. Well, I should say it's my favorite. It's obviously not the best, because it's actually not good from a rules perspective. But I don't care about that. If a rule is bad, I'll fix it. I care about the quality. The only problem with Palladium is saveless spells and Carpet of Adhesion. I feel the exact opposite. Carpet of Adhesion and saveless spells are what makes the world go round. Without them, magic would suck. It already kind of sucks, as a matter of fact, compared to technology. Carpet of Adhesion is good for you. Every kid should experience it when they're getting into TTRPGs. Hey, roll a saving throw. Oh, you passed? Okay. Well, the spell affects you for the entire combat. But if you failed, it would have affected you for longer. Well, then why did I even roll a save? No reason, really. Just gets you. That's kind of messed up. Yeah, it's magic. Eat shit. Magic should be crazy. I love it. The best is like Savage Rifts, where it's still Rifts, but uses Savage System. Absolutely disgusting. Ugh. Savage Rifts. I am very judgmental towards it. No. To me. I don't think the Savage Rift system is even like better. It's still super crunchy and complicated, just in a slightly different way, with fewer splat books and more conversion to do. Just play Rifts. It's fine. You don't need to take the intermediary, the halfway through kind of GURPSian thing. Just play the original. But then again, I kind of like to push people into the deep end, you know? It's fine. Anyway, pardon me. This is supposed to be a D&D, not a Rifts thing. Anyway, Primal Knowledge, cool. Only while your rage is active, but it's funny that you are currently raging and stealthing. And stealthing mad, but silently mad. I think that's funny. Ability score improvement. You gain the ability score improvement feat, or another feat of your choice. Oh, we're still having to choose between those two. I was hoping we would fix that. Well, maybe not. I say fix, it seems like I'm leading you on. But I never liked this choice between these two things. Ability score or a feat. I never liked the choice between the two. I think you should get both. You can attack twice instead of once whenever you take the attack action. Sure. Do you ever get, like, more? No, you're attacking twice forever. Okay. So you're a swing twice kind of guy. Forever.
Which prime?
Baby Seal, those bagpipes, I think is big prime. 19 months. What is that mace axe thing? I don't know, man. I was about to comment on it. Or the 5-finger sword here. Jesus. The girth. What's your favorite magic color? Gold and shard wedge. Favorite magic color? Competitively blue. Commander-wise, green. What's my favorite gold? I mean, I don't know. Sultai, maybe. Oh, guild. Okay. I don't think I have a favorite guild. I like a lot of the guilds. And my answers would be wildly different if I was talking about back when I used to be a grinder and now that I'm just a commander player. If you get ASI and a feat, you might get too strong. How so? I don't mean just barbarians, I mean everybody. You know? Way to fuck up the resub message. Did I mess it up? Oh, you're saying that you did. Hey, no big deal. Thanks for the prime, though. It just literally doesn't matter how strong characters are, right? If your characters are twice as strong today than they were yesterday, then the adventure I write today will throw twice as strong enemies at you. It's an easy fix. Yeah, I know you were mainly joking. No big deal. Speed increases by 10 while you aren't wearing heavy armor. Your instincts are so honed that you have advantage on initiative rolls. There it is. Alright, big. Brutal Strike. If you use Reckless Attack, you can forego any advantage of your choice on your turn. Chosen attack roll mustn't have disadvantage. If the chosen attack roll hits, the target takes an extra d10 damage of the same type dealt by the weapon or unarmed strike, and you can cause one brutal strike effect. Oh shit, okay. Target is pushed 15 feet straight away from you. You can then move up to half your speed straight toward the target without provoking attacks. For free? Or the target's speed is reduced by 15. Target can be affected only by one hamstring blow at a time. The most recent one? Boo, I want to, John Henry working on the railroad over here. Just hamstring blow over and over until their speed is 0. That shit would be sick. That would be cool. Where's the harm in that? Just hammer away. What's the problem? It does until the start of your next turn, though. So it's not like you could do any more than 2 in any case, right? Subclass feature. Oh yeah, okay, so we're skipping some subclass features you would have gotten. Relentless Rage. Keeps you fighting despite grievous wounds. If you drop to 0 hit points while your rage is active, you just don't die. Make a DC 10 con save. If you succeed, your hit points instead change to a number equal to twice your barbarian level. Oh, okay. It's funny. Each time you use this feature, the DC increases by 5. When you finish a short or long, it resets to 0. This is funny. This is funny. He just won't die. Improved Brutal Strike. You have honed new ways to attack furiously. The description here. The target has disadvantage on the next saving throw it makes, and it can't make opportunity attacks until the start of your next turn. Combo! Look at that, we have a little synergy here for the party. You improved Brutally Strike them by way of your research in the library to figure out how to attack more furiously. And they have disadvantage on the wizard's next save or die spell. That's cool. It's like that stock footage image of the guy with the bottle dropper over the flask. Alright, cool. That's neat. You can set up the 1-2 combo. Does dash double your speed or give you extra move on the new thing? It's an action that gives you an extra amount of movement equal to your move. So it's like buying another movement action with an action. As far as how I read it, anyway. Sundering Blow. Before you start of your next turn, the next attack roll made by another creature against target gets +5. An attack roll can gain only 1 Sundering Blow bonus. Boo. Let it stack. It's harmless. Anyway, cool. You have like little synergy stuff to do. It's at a very high level. But I appreciate them giving you little combos to set up with the party. That's fun. Persistent. When you roll initiative, you can regain all expended uses of rage. At level 15, I should hope so. After you regain uses of rage this way, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Oh, okay. In addition, your rage is so fierce that it now lasts for 10 minutes without you needing to do anything. Good. Nice. That's how it should work at level 1, but alright. Well, we got there. Your rage ends early if you have the unconscious condition, not just the incapacitated condition. Oh. But heavy armor, still, can't do it. Can't do it. You get all of your uses of rage back magically. Even if you're incapacitated, you're fine. You have to be unconscious. But man, you put on that heavy armor, that is your kryptonite. You absolutely fall apart. Your shoelaces are tied together. It is all over. Improve Brittle Strike. The extra damage in Brittle Strike increases to 2d10. And you can use 2 different Brittle Strike effects. Cool. Oh, okay. I thought this was added to it at 13, but you actually have to wait till 17 to hamstring them plus stagger. Or you could stagger plus sunder, you know, which is probably what you would do. Indomitable might. If your total for a strength check or strength saving throw is less than your strength score, you can use that score in place of the total, which at that point is going to be like a 20 or something. Maybe even a 26. Whatever belt of storm giant strength, that's shit that you're wearing. Your strength checks are huge. Epic boon, you gain an epic boon feat. You gain an Ed boon feat, or another feat of your choice for which you qualify. Boon of irresistible offense is recommended. Oh, I like how they give you a little recommendation here. You embody primal power. Your strength and con increase by 4 to a max of 25. The most boring possible level 20 bonus ever. I mean, numbers are, they give you numbers, that's cool, but they cap it, which is dumb. And it's not exactly like a fun capstone, but I guess numbers are fun. I can't help but feel that the stuff 15 and up is not representing how cataclysmically powerful characters are when they're 15 and up. But I guess nobody really plays at those levels, so maybe it's fine. Like, at level 15, you get something that I consider to be a quality of life you might have gotten at 2, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Anyway, subclasses, what do we got? Maybe these can save it. Path of the Berserker. This is the one you take if you want to, what? Become hasted all the time or get more damage. If you use Reckless Attack while your raid is active, you deal extra damage to the first target you hit on your turn with a strength-based attack. A number of d6 is equal to your rage damage bonus and add them together. Damage is the same type as the weapon. So instead of plus 2 damage, it's plus 2d6 damage. That's considerable. That's a considerable amount of, you know, it's like hitting someone with a greatsword, 2d6. Just the first target you hit. So no cleaving combos, and no attacking second time. Seems that you get your rage bonus as well, because it doesn't say you don't. Alright, so you're actually frenzying people. You're slapping them. That's cool. You have immunity to the charmed and frightened conditions while your raid is active. If you're charmed or frightened when you enter your rage, the condition ends on you. Cool. Alright. It's like a totally passive thing, but those are annoying conditions to have, and just being immune is nice. When you take damage from a creature that is within 5 feet of you, you can take a reaction to make a melee attack. Oh, Karmic Strike! Let's go! Nice. That's fun. They brought it back. They brought back Karmic Strike. How fun. And then 14. As a bonus action, you can strike terror into others with your menacing presence. That primal power comes back. When you do so, each creature of your choice in a 30-foot emanation must make a wisdom saving throw DC 8 plus a million because it's your strength modifier. On a failed save, the creature has the frightened condition. At the end of each of the frightened creature's turns, they repeat the save. Once you use it, you can't use it again for long. How good is the frightened condition? Is that thing like level 14? You know, you guys own a kingdom and are running a city and an entire thieves guild. Your friends with dragons and stuff. Is the frightened condition like that good? I guess I should look up all these modifiers. So, what am I on? I'm on page 54 here. Just remember that. I'm going to go to the glossary. And I'm going to look at all the conditions so that I can gauge whether they're good. Oh, damn. I guess the glossary is fucking huge. Maybe I'll check them one at a time, huh? Well, you have the frightened condition, you experience the following effects. Ability checks and attacks. You have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. Well, the source of fear is within line of sight. You can't willingly move closer to the source of fear. Okay. I think that's good. That's a good thing. Yeah, you got disadvantage on shit and you can't move sometime, or you can't move towards them. That's good. Frightened is good. You yourself are immune to frightened at level 6. Yeah, and charmed. That is pretty good. In a big old area. And your strength is probably incredible, so the DC might be actually high. Movement control. You can start hurting them like a German Shepherd, you know? Because they have to move away from you, maybe. You can become kind of immune to them if you do the knockback thing, right? Because then they can't approach you. Okay, Path of the Berserker is cool and fun. I definitely think that Frenzy should be able to work on extra attacks once you get them as you level up. But that's just part of a giant bundle. Like, I have just a bundle of complaints that, like, the first whatever amount of levels are looking good, and then up here, I just don't think we're getting the scale quite right. I don't know if it's more, I don't know if it's more powerful, I don't know if it's more impressive, or more scaling or something. But yeah, the second half, maybe everything will fit together. I'm just talking on its looks, right? Path of the Wild Heart. Barbarians who follow the Path of the Wild Heart view themselves as kin to animals. Oh, this is the totem spirit with a way stupider name. Yeah, this used to be called the totem... What was it? Like a totem spirit barbarian? And that name was cool. And now it's Path of the Wild Heart, which is way lame. I'm sad they removed some of the flavor there. Yeah, totem dude was cooler. Anyway, what do you do? You can cast the Beast Sense and speak with animal spells, but only as rituals. Wisdom is your spellcasting ability. Okay. Speak with animals is a really fun, like, GM interaction spell, for sure. Give you something to do outside of combat, right? Rage of the Wilds. Oh, you get a second thing, and you get 2 things at 3. Okay. Your rage taps into the primal power of animals. Whenever you activate your rage, you gain one of the following options of your choice. While your rage is active, you have resistance to every damage type except Force, Necrotic, Psychic, and Radiant. I could have sworn you used to have this. And it was everything except only what? Psychic, right? It was something like that. I don't want to like look it up right now, but I could have sworn that bear used to only have one exception. But maybe I'm wrong. It was everything except psychic. Bear nerf, huh? Yeah. This is a lot of exceptions just to have it be, you know, whatever. Boo. Eagle. When you activate your rage... Oh, hold on. You don't have to choose one of these, right? Whenever you activate your rage, you gain one of the following. So this is every time you rage. Instead of choosing one and locking it in forever, you get to choose it each time. That's cool. I really like that change. Massive bear nerf. Undeserved. When you activate your rage, you can take disengage and dash as part of the bonus action. When your rage is active, you can take a bonus action to take both of those actions. So when you activate your rage as a bonus action, you can also disengage and dash. Actually just flying around the battlefield. You're fucking zooming. Alright, that's... Being able to move that much is actually quite good. And then Wolf, which used to be the party buff one. While your rage is active, your allies have advantage on attack rolls against any enemy of your... Yeah, okay. It's still that. And the fact that you get to choose these is so great. You used to have to lock in, I'm pretty sure. And so now it's like, oh, I need to be the bear this time. Or, you know, to me, my man would fight this guy for the wolf. Cool, pack tactics and stuff. The bear did get a nerf. And it was not deserved, but it's cool that you don't have to lock in. And you can choose them whenever. I like that part about it. And this is the one where you get an ability that matters outside of combat, which is kind of nice. Aspect of the wilds. You know the following. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change your choice. Okay. So this one you choose every time. This one is locked in except for long rests. Got it. You have dank vision. Imagine playing a race that doesn't have dark vision. If you already have it, its range increases by 60 feet, whatever. Panther, you have a climb speed equal to your speed. And you have a swim speed. Okay, so level 6 is like dog water. Oh, I suppose it's... No, you're right. It's not during rage. Okay. In my head, I just was like... So when I'm raging, I can see far... No. This is always... That's why this doesn't suck. That's why this isn't bad. It's not bad because it actually works outside of your raging. Cool. Having a, whatever, 40-foot climb speed, you can do some cool stuff. Hey, remember the xenomorph? We did it. We found a new xenomorph race. You just take aspect of the panther. And at 10 you can cast Commune with Nature, but only as a ritual. But did it have to be salmon? I mean... What did you want? Muskellunge? Trout? Maybe northern... bass? Some sort of fish, I guess. Shark? Yellowtail? Maybe a little bluegill? What's Commune with Nature do? I suppose we'll look when we get to the spell section. The buffer fish, yeah. It should have been a whale? True, actually. It should have been a whale. Whenever you activate your rage, again, one of the following. Okay, so this one, once again, we get to choose each time. Sweet. Power of the Wilds. While your rage is active, you have a fly speed equal to your speed if you aren't wearing any armor. Oh shit, just the flying barbarian? That's good. That's your biggest weakness. That's kind of nice. While your rage is active, any of your enemies within 5 feet of you has disadvantage attack rolls against targets other than you. Oh, I remember that one, yeah. This is like your main tank ability. But you can't be wearing any armor. So this barbarian would be on the, like, whatever, actually I don't know. Do we still have amulets of natural armor? Do we still have bracers? Do the bracers count? Does a shield count? A shield doesn't count for the other thing, but does it count for this thing? Well, you aren't wearing any armor. Your base armor class equals 10 plus Dexcon. You can use a shield and still gain this benefit. So it's talking about this benefit, so can I use a shield and gain this one? If you aren't wearing any armor? I think if they had to put a clarification, you can still use a shield with the other one. That's either how it always works or just how that one works. Shields aren't listed under armor anymore. Alright. Are you the type of barbarian to use a shield? Maybe a buckler. I don't think it's gonna break anything one way or another. I'm just kind of curious. Would I let you do it? Sure. While your rage is active, you can cause a large or smaller creature to have the prone condition when you hit it with a melee attack. That would be cool if you procced attacks of opportunity off of it, but since you don't, I don't care. Yeah, Falcon for sure. Super good. Health of the World Tree. Look at how happy she is. Let's go. She's so pleased. Alright, what are we doing? Trace the roots and branches of the multiverse? Hold on. Now you have my attention. Very interested. Is this going to be a barbarian that's actually interesting? Barbarians who follow the path of the World Tree connect with the cosmic tree Yggdrasil. Let's go. Through their rage. This tree grows among the outer planes, connecting them to each other in the material plane. These barbarians draw on the tree's magic for vitality, and as a means of dimensional travel, rifts mentioned. Let's fucking go. Okay, Path of the World Tree. You are an actually interesting subclass of barbarian. Please don't ruin this for me. Please be amazing. Okay. I'm like leaning forward for once. Vitality of the tree. Look at how happy she is. Her face is my face. She's reading the rules as I'm reading them. Rage taps into the life force of the World Tree. You gain the following benefits. Vitality Surge. When you activate your rage, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your barbarian level. That's terrible. Whatever. You get other things though. It's fine. Life-giving force. At the start of each of your turns while your rage is active, you can choose another creature within 10 feet to gain temporary hit points. And you get a number of d6 equal to your rage. Okay, so 2d6. Have to be within 10 feet of you. When your rage ends, they vanish. Okay. Like, temporary hit points are good, you know, it's just free, right? They're free. Well, they're not free because it's a chosen class ability, but... It's interesting that you can get a tiny amount, a truly minuscule amount of temporary hit points, or you can give more, or you can give more, but it can't be to you, it has to be somebody else. Why can't I target myself with life-giving force? Can't I give myself life? Alright, vitality of the tree, it's not or, it's both. Oh yeah, okay. I still think it's weird that somebody else gets more than you. You know? I don't think I care too much. Anyway, temporary hit points are always good, but I am a little disappointed. Branches of the tree. Whenever a creature you can see starts its turn within 30 feet of you while your rage is active, you can take a reaction to summon spectral branches of the world tree around it. The target must succeed at a strength saving throw. 8 plus your strength mod. Plus prof. Or be teleported to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of yourself. Or in the nearest unoccupied space. Use Scorpion, get over here. After the target teleports, you can reduce its speed to 0 until the end of your current turn. Scorpion, get over here ability. You're locked in here with me now. Weird. Okay, so so this one is Mr. Damage. Mr. Damage kinda can't die. And then this one is like party role utility. So I'm the tank. I can fly. You don't have to cast it on me. I'm an alien from the movie Alien. I can cast 2 spells sometimes, right? And then this one is the battlefield area control guy one. You're giving temp hit points out, but they do have to be really close to you, sadly. You do Scorpion, get over here, stop attacking that guy, attack me. It simply doesn't care about the size of the creature, Rev. It's a teleport. Like, it's not a physical, like, move. It's a downright teleport. So the size of it does not matter. I guess the roots are going to be big. And 0 speed until the end of the current turn. Now, you know, maybe it just passes its save, but still, kind of cool. Level 10 Battering Ruets. During your turn, your reach is 10 feet greater with any melee weapon that has the heavy or versatile property. Ooh, oh. Plus 10-foot reach. When you hit with such a weapon on your turn, you can activate the push or topple. In addition to a different mastery property. Oh. Yeah, it's the battlefield tactician one. Travel along the tree. When you activate your rage, and as a bonus action, while your rage is active, you can just teleport 60 feet. Bink, 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 bink. Okay. In addition, once per rage, you can increase the range of that teleport to 150 feet. Oh, sure. If you do, you can also bring up to 6 willing creatures who are within 10 feet of you. Each creature teleports to sick. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Alright. Alright, very interesting. I have to say, I really thought they were going to give you Planeswalk. Like Plane Shift or something like that. because they were talking about dimensional travel and stuff. They got me a little riled up. But I guess it's just battlefield tactics. They're cool. The temp HP feels so random compared to all this other stuff. But I don't know, maybe they couldn't think of anything. Trees have vitality, I suppose, but it's like teleport other people, teleport yourself, reach farther, and then like hit points. The problem is, like, if you're like designing this, you want the level 14 ability to be like, is able to cast plane shift, you know, so you're a planeswalking barbarian, and then everything else in the table shifts down one level, and you just get rid of the vitality. But branches is, like, for sure way too strong for level 3. And so on and so forth, so, alright. I mean, it's cool. It's cool. What else could there be? For sure, definitely something to do outside of combat. Absolutely. I mean, it's the one where you're exploring the multiverse and exploring dimensions. So, for sure, what it should have been was some sort of, like, survival, ranger-like, you know, this one gets speak with animals, right? You could have given them a spell or two that have to do with, like, exploring places in different terrain, or we're on a flame world, we're underwater, you know, something like that, right? Some, like, exploring dimensional stuff and be able to, I can live in space or something like that. Anyway, really cool idea. Didn't quite do it for me, but, you know. What could you have done at level 3 that, like, that's the problem. You get it at a weird level to give them something neat. I mean, I like it. I actually like all of them. Path of the World Tree is cool. Wild Heart is cool. And Path of the Berserker is, like, single-minded, but it does what you would want it to do if you're trying to do that, right? AoE Frighten is actually good. Retaliation is sick. Mindless Rage is a nice random thing to have. And Frenzy feels like it is impactful. And so, for the stupid one, right, it has to feel like it's impactful. Anyway, I like them. Oh, I guess there's a fourth one. Zealot. Rage in ecstatic union with a Gawad. Barbarians who walk the path of the Zealot receive boons from their god or pantheon. These barbarians experience their rage as an ecstatic episode of divine union that infuses them with power. HeyWoah After Dark, I guess. They're often allied. I mean, you need some sort of, like, I'm possessed by the god of murder, like, you know, you need some sort of, like, godly berserker thing, maybe, I suppose. Like, what are you gonna give cultists, you know? Divine Rage is weird. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like the idea. But okay, I'll read on. I'll give it a... You can channel divine power into your strikes. On each of your turns while your rage is active, the first creature you hit with a weapon or an unarmed strike that takes extra damage equal d6 plus half your barbarian level. The extra damage is necrotic or radiant. You choose a type. Okay. The first creature you hit takes extra d6 plus half your barb level rounded down, so d6. It's necrotic or radiant. You choose the type each time you deal the damage. You just hot swap back and forth each time. So Divine Fury is looking real the same as Frenzy. except worse. Arguably better because Radiant Necrotic is less resistible, perhaps, than whatever, but yeah, it looking real similar to that. Oh, never mind. You get another level 3, so that's why. That's why. A divine entity helps ensure you can continue the fight. You have a pool of 4 d12s that you can spend to heal yourself. As a bonus action, you can expend the dice from the pool, roll them, and regain a number of hit points. Okay, so you get second wind. You steal second wind from warriors, alright. Your pool regains all expended dice when you finish a long rest. Pool's max number of dice increases when you reach barbarian level 6, 5, 12, 6, and 17, 7. Okay. So you get half of Frenzied Strike and Second Wind. That's really good. Fanatical Focus. Once per active rage, if you fail a save, you can re-roll it with a bonus equal to your rage damage bonus. And you must use the new roll. Oh shit, okay, yeah, just any saving throw. Alright. Better than Second Wind? It's way better than Second Wind, but I don't know what current Second Wind is. Maybe it got buffed too. Zealous Presence. As a bonus action, you unleash a battle cry infused with divine energy. Up to 10 other creatures of your choice within 60 feet of you gain advantage on attack rolls and saving throws until the start of your next turn. Once per long rest. Unless you expend a use of your rage to restore your use of it. Oh shit, what a buff. So, bonus action, don't have to be raging. Up to 10 other creatures within 60 feet, decent range. Gain advantage on attack rolls and saves. Big. I mean, it's a one-time pulse buff, but it's a super buff. Rage of the Gawads. When you activate your rage, you can assume the form of a divine warrior. This form lasts for 1 minute, or until you drop to 0 points. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again. While in this form, you gain the following benefits. Fly. Okay, so you gain the same thing that this guy gains up here. Resistance. Alright, you gain the same thing as Bear has. And then Revivification. When a creature within 30 feet of you would drop to 0, you can take a reaction and expend a use of your rage to instead change the target's hit points to a number equal to... Okay, so you can save the life of someone. Big. I hate this. I hate this subclass. I don't like it at all. It's a random hodgepodge of excellent abilities, half of them stolen from every other subclass. And it says, like, divine and god a lot. Don't like it. I mean, it's good. Yeah, truly somebody played God of War and they're like, I want you to draw Kratos except as a dragon man. Yeah, this is really that. I mean, it's strong. Is this just like the best one or no? Nah, I don't know. Like, the 14 feature is really cool. This thing is neat, but it's only once. I kind of, like, don't want this to be good. Yeah, it's... I like the other ones. I think this one is kind of weak. A Revivification is sick. And the 14 thing is super strong, obviously. And like, just choosing to get an extra roll at a save is so good, especially at 6. Anyway, here we have a Bardo. No ass? No, that's not okay. I can stand certain things changing, but not that. Every bard has a fucking dumpy. Or we riot. Anyway, here we have the bard. He makes up for it with charisma. No, you don't understand. That's what charisma is. Anyway, saving throws are dex and charisma. Skills, fucking anything. Choose any 3. And then choose some musical instruments. Light armor. Does your choice of musical instrument matter at all? Or are they just pretending it matters so that somebody who can't wait to choose an instrument gets to and they feel happy about it? I mean, I feel obliged to make it mapper, right? Ahem. It doesn't matter at all? Okay. I mean, look, that's where the GM takes over, right? It's our job. Alright, so we're getting our spell progression as per normal. We're all the way up to 19... we get 9th level spells as a bard. Which still... I'm still surprised by, even though 5th edition has been out for a long time because I'm old. Chill. Get the following traits from the core bard traits table. Hit die, proficiency in 1 skill, proficiency in 1... I like how they tell you as a multi-class character what you get. It's kind of helpful, right? Yeah, it's a full caster in 5e. Okay. Alright. You can use supernaturally... You can supernaturally inspire others through words, music, or dance. This inspiration is represented by your bardic inspiration die, which is d6. Bonus action, you can inspire another creature within 60. Creature gains 1 of your bardic inspiration dice. And then they have... they can only have 1 at a time. Once within the next hour, when the creature fails a d20 test. Test is capitalized. Creature can roll the bardic inspiration die and add the number rolled to the d20. It's cool that, you know, you choose at the point of failure, right? So you're not going to waste it on something you would have succeeded anyway, which is nice. Potentially turning the failure into a success. And it is expended. You can confer a bonus inspiration die a number of times per day equal to charisma. And you regain all of them when you finish a long rest. Can you only have 1 out at once? I think you can seemingly have as many out as you have access to. Now they go away after an hour, right? So... Bardic switcher die changes, bardic dice column, sure. And you can do it once per, alright. You know, 2 cantrips. They recommend Vicious Mockery and Dancing Lights. Whenever you gain a bard level, you can replace 1 of your cantrips with another cantrip of your choice. When you reach 4 and 10, you learn another cantrip of your choice from the bard spell list as shown in the table, okay. You can hot swap some of them out. The Bard features table shows how many spell slots you have to cast your level 1 spells. Prepare a list of 1 spells that are 1+, huh? We're using 1+ lingo. For a list of level 1+ spells that are available for you to cast with this feature, to start, choose 4. Charm Person, Color Spray, Dissonant Whispers, and Healing Word are recommended. So 2 per day, and you prepare 4. Alright. So you're just gonna learn them over time. Whenever you get a bard level, you can replace one spell on your list with another bard spell for which you have spell slots. Okay, so you can do that for cantrips and also each time once. I like how it said can. Spellcasting focus. You can use a musical instrument as a spellcasting focus for your bard spells. Do you have to? You gain expertise in 2 of your skill proficiencies. Performance and persuasion are recommended, yeah. And then in more. Expertise is probably the double your proficiency bonus thing. Like you don't get it twice, but you double it. Focus is just instead of components. Oh, okay. Jack of all trades. You can add half your proficiency bonus round down to any ability check you make that uses a skill you lack. Sure. Seems great. And then you choose a college. The College of Dance. Glamour. Lore. And Valor. Does your bard beat a drum while chanting the deeds of ancient heroes? I sure as fuck hope not. Font of Inspiration. You can now regain all your expended uses of bardic inspiration when you finish a short instead of a long. In addition, you can expend a spell slot, no action required, to regain 1 expended use of bardic inspiration. At level 5, you become a short rest class, kind of. At least for inspiration. Man, so inspired. This is cool. Absolutely machine gunning out these inspirations. Counter charm. You can use musical notes or words of power to disrupt mind influencing effects. If you or a creature within 30 fails to save charm or frightened, you can take a reaction and cause it to be re-rolled and with advantage. Nice. It's a fun little rule. Magical secrets. You've learned the secrets of various magical traditions. Whenever you reach a bard level, including this level, and the prepared spells number in the bard feature table increases. You can choose any of your new prepared spells from bard, cleric, druid, and wizard spell lists. And the chosen spells count as bard spells for you. Oh, big. Big bonus, huh? Okay. Fun. In addition, whenever you replace a spell prepared from this list, you can replace it with a spell from those. Yep, that's nice. That's super nice. That's fun. Superior Inspiration. When you roll initiative, you regain expended uses of bardic inspiration until you have 2. If you have fewer than that, sure. Alright. Neat. Epic Boon. Boon of Spell Recall. And then Words of Creation. You've mastered 2 of the Words of Creation. The words of life and death. You therefore always have the power word heal and power word kill spells prepared. When you cast either, you can target a second creature if that creature is within 10 feet of the first target. I hope those spells are good this edition. I mean, you're getting mostly spells, right, from your leveling up, so that's fine that these are sparse. Oh, it shows you have a special spell list. Nice. Cool. And you can pull in after 10 from stuff. Components are so fake, literally no one cares about them, which is a pity. Good spell components can calm the caster craze. I think it's just I like spell components because they feel ancient and awkward and a pain in the ass and annoying, but like realistic and cool and flavorful and immersive. But the quality of life of not having to worry about them is way too strong and feels too good. And so it's like, I don't want to have to keep track of them and go find them either, you know? So I'm sad that nobody uses them, but I fully understand why. But if I was in a game that really wanted me to track them and go find them and stuff, I would enjoy myself. Power word heal and, well, power word kill used to be kinda good. But only kinda. In 5th edition, it certainly wasn't. I don't know what it's like in this one. You say they aren't good spells until you cast them on 2 targets and then suddenly they're good? Well, because they're like doubled. It's unfortunate that they have to be 10 feet away. It's kind of short, but it depends on how your fights are. You think in a game where magic is rare but wildly powerful, components would be more justified? That's the exact description of what I want magic to be. For sure. Rare but wildly powerful. Annoying and difficult to do, but total nonsense. In 5e, you're just shooting spells from the hip. Okay. I mean, that's good and bad. It's just a different way of doing it. College of Dance. I hate it already. Move in harmony with the cosmos. I hate this. Bards of the College of Dance know what the words of creation can't be contained within speech or song until you get them at level 20. While you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, you gain the following benefits. Oh yeah, so here we go. This sentence essentially explains the answer to the barbarian question. Well, you aren't wearing armor or wearing a shield, so clearly they are different. You have advantage on any charisma performance checks you make that involve you dancing. Is that it? That's it, you're done. You're the dancer, unarmored defense. Yeah, you get the barbarian thing. When you expend the use of your bardic inspiration as part of an action, a bonus action, or a reaction, you can make 1 unarmed strike as part of that. Free hits. Unarmed strike, huh? You can use Dex instead of Strength for the attack roll of your unarmed strikes. When you deal damage with unarmed, you deal bludgeoning equal. Okay, so we exchange our Strength for Dexterity. So we're like a Dex. We're a dancing Dex monk. You're just you're the thing from Final Fantasy 14, right? You're just a dancer. That's what someone played Final Fantasy 14 and they were a dancer, and so they wrote this. This reads as the most my special house rule on the internet somewhere, except it's in an official book. Anyway, you roll your Bardic Inspiration die as damage. Inspiring Movement. When an enemy you can see ends its turn within 5. Take a reaction and spend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration to move up to half. Then one ally of your choice within 30 can also move half their speed. Ooh, off-turn reactions. Oh, but they use their reaction to do it. Okay, so you're switching places. You give them the old do-si-do, the electric slide. And then nobody provokes at all. Tandem footwork. When you roll initiative, you can expend one use of inspiration. Man, you're using your inspiration a whole lot here. If you don't have the incapacity, when you do roll your bardic inspiration die, you and each ally within 30 gains a bonus to initiative equal to the number rolled. Yo, big init, whole party init bonus. Nice. And leading evasion. When you are subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dex save, to only take half, you instead take no. Oh, we get improved evasion. If any creatures within 5 are making the same dex save throw, you can share this benefit with them for that save. Big. Can't use this feature if you have the incapacitated, sure. The Glam College, let's go. Bubblegum Crisis opening. It's real. I loved how they spelled it. Weave beguiling fey magic. Hey, alright. The College of Glamour traces its origins back to 1983. I mean, the Feywild. Bards who study this magic weave threads of beauty and terror into their songs and stories, and the mightiest among them can cloak themselves in otherworldly majesty. Beguiling magic. You always have charm person and mirror image spells prepared. Nice. In addition, immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell slot, you can cause a creature you can see within 60 make a whiz save. On a failed, target has the charmed or frightened condition of your choice from Min. You can cast any enchantment or illusion spell using a slot, and then also a creature within 60 somewhere else might also get charmed or frightened. Once you use this benefit, you can't use it again until you finish a long. But you can restore a use of it by expending your inspiration. No action required. Yeah, there's a lot of like churning. Spend this to get this back, and then get this back by spending that kind of stuff. A lot of exchanging. I don't say that in a bad way. It's just like you're probably supposed to play normally, and then if you hit a roadblock, you can always like give something up. But a lot of times how people end up playing is there's one powerful thing you can do, and so all of your subclass features just get cannibalized, all of their points, into using that thing as much as possible. Which is a potential danger with things like that. Mantle of Inspiration. You can weave fey magic into a song or dance to fill others with vigor. Choose a number of other creatures within 60 up to a number equal to your charisma mod. Each of them gain a number of temp hit points equal to 2 times the number rolled on the bardic inspiration die. And then each can use its reaction to move. Oh, another do-si-do. Okay. How is this so different than this? I guess this you're punching people, and you can give them the do-si-do. And this one, you're charming people and can give them the do-si-do. You always have command prepared as a bonus action. You can cast it without expending. And you take on a sweet-ass appearance for 1 minute. During this time, you can cast command as a bonus action just over and over. Okay. And then they auto-fail command if they're charmed. And you can get it back by expending spell slots. Unbreakable Majesty. As a bonus action, you can assume a magically majestic presence for 1 minute. Or until you have the incapacitated. During that duration, whenever any creature hits you. For the first time on a turn, attacker must succeed on the charisma save. Or the attack simply misses instead. As the creature recoils from your majesty. Once you assume this majestic presence, you can't do so again until you finish a short. Alright, funny. Is this like the College of Oration? Oh, no, it's lore. Plumb the depths of magical knowledge. You collect spells and secrets. You get 3 skills of proficiency. Nice. You learn to use your wit to supernaturally distract, confuse, or otherwise sap the confidence of others. When a creature that you can see within 60 makes a damage roll or succeeds on an ability check or attack roll, you can take a reaction and spend 1 use of your Bardic's Inspiration to roll your Bardic Inspiration die and subtract the number rolled from the creature's roll, reducing the damage or potentially turning the success into a failure. Okay. So damage roll, ability check, or attack roll. And is this shit like a D6 or something? To start. D6 maybe a D8. Okay. Alright, alright. You can help somebody else, I suppose. Magical discoveries. You learn 2 spells of your choice. Big. These spells can come from Cleric, Druid, or Wiz. A spell you choose must be a cantrip, boo, or a spell for which you have spell slots. Oh, okay. We're fine. We're fine. You always have the chosen spells prepared, and whenever you gain a level in Bard, you can replace one of them with another. Sick. Alright, cool. Magical discovery is kind of nice with it. 3 skills, kind of nice with it. Cutting words, I mean, it's like cool looking, but I don't know. And then peerless skill. When you make an ability check or attack roll and fail, you can spend 1 use of Bardic Inspiration and add the number rolled to D20, potentially turning it into a success. But on a failure, it isn't even expended. Neat. Alright. Okay. College of We Have Eldritch Knight at Home. You can use your wit to turn the tide of battle. A creature that has Bardic Inspiration die from you can use it either defense or offense. When the creature is hit by an attack with a roll, they can use a reaction to roll the Bardic Inspiration die and add the number rolled to the AC, potentially causing a miss. Immediately after the creature hits a target with an attack roll, the creature can roll the Bardic Inspiration and add the number to the attack's damage against the target. Cutting words is pretty great. Especially when trying to make them fail saves. I thought that was the one thing it couldn't do, unless I misread it. Yeah. When a creature that you can see within 60 makes a damage roll or succeeds on an ability check or attack roll, it's not saves. If it was saves, I would say that cutting words is possibly too good. But it's not saves, and so that's why I'm like kind of iffy on it. Anyway, combat inspiration is good. You gain proficiency in martial weapons and training with medium armor and shields. Sure, and you make a little harp on there. And they can be your spellcasting focuses. Sure. You get extra attack at 6. Nice. In addition, you can cast one of your cantrips that has a casting time of an action in place of one of those attacks. So you can either attack twice or attack once and cast a cantrip. Neat. After you cast a spell that has casting time of an action, you can make 1 attack with a weapon as a bonus. Big. Battle magic. Alright, College of L is kind of neat. Then we get to the Miraculous Priest. we also get to the end of the stream. I guess this is part 1 of 70. Me going over this book. So far, what are my thoughts? Yeah, they're really just patching 5.0. I very understand why they didn't call it 6th edition. Because it just isn't trying to be 6th edition at all. So fair enough. And I think I see why they didn't call it 5.5 either. It really is like an update. It's not an expansion, it's more like a expansion pack patch or something like that. Anyway, I'll think about it. So far, weird. Not bad. It's a reboot. It's not a reimagining. Yeah, it's a revision. Yeah, they're kind of it's like they're iterating, I guess. It's an iteration on 5th, really. They're just kind of iterating on it. Great stream. Can't wait for the next 70. Hey, no problem. More riffs, IMO. Look, it's Thursday. Tomorrow I'm off, and then Thursday 6 p.m. Palladium Riffs, Adventure 3, The Mega Train Heist in the New West. Let's fucking go. Anyway. It's more than 5.1. They went through it and did a whole bunch of stuff. But it's very much like a revision or a iteration on it. Which, if you liked 5.0, great, right? Because it just kind of adds more stuff to it, I guess. I don't have any, like, shit talking to do about it so far. I'm not, like, blown away. But I'm also not gonna, like, make fun of it, so... Hey, D&D, that's pretty cool. But Thursday, I'll be playing Palladium Riffs. Now, there's a rule system, and alright. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for the subs and the bits. And the primes. I'll see you guys Thursday. For Tabletop RPGs, other.
Brother, there is no need for me to destroy you. Surrender. Surrender your world.
You always did need an audience, you sap. Let me tell you, I ain't practiced much magic for a long time. I want to show you a trick Mother showed me when you weren't around. It was on special occasions like this. Oh yeah, one more thing. I'm glad you changed your last name, you son of a bitch.